Podcast is intended for mature audiences. The views and opinions expressed are those of the panelists and do not reflect in any way those of the podcast partners, sponsors, or affiliates. Enjoy.
Hi, this is Michael Buffer, and you're listening to the Voice of the People. Let's get ready for Boxing Voice.
Contacted Terence 2 years ago. He didn't want to fight Shawn. He was contacted a year ago. Told Shawn, well, I got a couple other things going on. You know, if things don't work out, you know, I'll give you a call. He never gave us a call. He don't want this fight.
Every day I'm hustling, 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 hustling. Every day I'm hustling, every day I'm hustling, every day I'm hustling, every day I'm hustling.
Crawford-porter.
No matter what nobody say, man, spirit, can't nobody fuck with me, man. You know, I can't be fucked with, you know.
Dolla Dibiase Productions.
Whether you pay to see me win, or you pay to see me lose, you're gonna pay. Fuck it, your kids still gotta eat. I don't have to watch, you know, any footage of a fighter. I mean, because I'm Floyd Mayweather, everybody gotta watch me. I knew eventually I was gonna have to fight Oscar. I feel like he was straight up and down, no special effects.
Boxingvoice.com.
How can Canelo have the biggest deal? Your deal is for 300 million, and I made 350 million just in one fight. And you're fighting on the app.
Boxingvoice.com.
I'm a king, okay? I eat a feast. Every time I eat a feast. And when I get up from the table, I don't give a fuck who get the leftovers. At the end of the day, follow my green print.
Dolla Dibiase Productions.
Boxingvoice.com.
Ain't no other sight in the game to see the boxing boys.
Good morning, TBV. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to another morning edition with the Boxing Voice Radio. I am your host, Ness GTO. Find me on Instagram and Twitter at Ness GTO, and I'm joined alongside Coach Adrian in Wisconsin. What's going on, champ? Good morning. How are you?
I'm doing great. You know, I got some TBV in my mug. I'm not going to call it my cup because it's special to me. But, man, I'm just ready to talk boxing. I'm ready to talk some Rosado. I'm ready to talk some Bud and, you know, some Porter.
For sure, man. Now, I know that I'm a terrible lead host. I don't let you guys know the topics until now. So if you didn't watch Blood, Sweat, and Tears,
I got some TBV in my...
I would understand, obviously. I literally watched it this morning. It literally dropped 11 hours ago. But Blood, Sweat, and Tears, Crawford versus Porter, this will be my review. Hopefully you watched it. If not, everything that I am prepared to say is definitely going to excite you, not only for the fight, but to go watch this two-part series that ESPN has put out. And I got to give them credit. You know, they're really pushing this fight. It sucks that it's 2 weeks out, which is kind of typical for boxing, but not typical or the usual for Top Rank. They usually start to push 1 week out. So very excited that for Crawford Porter, they started at least 2 weeks out. And here we are with the two-part series. And it was really good, man. It was really, really good. So I didn't get your answer. Did you watch it?
No, unfortunately, I didn't. Last night was date night, so, you know, I had to cook for my lady and do some things. So
Understandable.
But, yeah, I'm excited to hear you tell me about it because I'm going to watch it right after we done with the show. So,
well, let me know if you hear this because I put these things together, but obviously I had no one to test the audio.
Contacted Terence 2 years ago. He didn't want to fight Shawn. He was contacted a year ago. Told Shawn, well, I got a couple other things going on. You know, if things don't work out, you know, I'll give you a call. He never gave us a call. He don't want this fight. It's here, but he doesn't really want it.
So, were you able to hear that?
yes, definitely was.
Perfect. What are your thoughts on that? Now, I remember that vividly, you know. Obviously, I don't know if the Bud fans will remember, but that when Kentel says We contacted him 2 years ago, and he said no. I remember that. But when he says most recently a year ago, and he told Shawn, I got something going on, what he had going on was obviously he thought he was getting that Pacquiao fight. There were heavy rumors about him and Pacquiao in Qatar and all this stuff that never amounted to anything. Then eventually, Pacquiao fought someone else, or rather announced the fight with Earl. Earl ended up with a detached retina, and Ugas stepped in. But he obviously is insinuating that they didn't want this fight. He's literally using those words that they didn't want this fight. This is not the first time Porter's trying to make this fight. And, they're saying we're here, but obviously for anybody that knows, the only reason we're here is because it was a mandatory. Do you believe that? Or how did you interpret what he said anyway in general?
I think it's I think it's more the business of boxing, and two, I mean, to be honest, I just kind of feel like nobody's clamoring for a fight with Shawn Porter.
Yeah.
He makes it ugly. It's always tough. I mean, let's be honest. He gave Errol Spence a good run for his money, man. I mean, take away the knockdown. That was a pretty decently close scrap. I mean, it wasn't no blowout. So, and I haven't seen any just real destructions of Porter lately. So I think there could be some truth to that. Like, not saying that Bud can't win that fight, because I think Terence Crawford has a lot of talent, but like, I think Shawn's avoided by the top because they know he has a chance to win. It's either a 50-50 fight or a 60-40 fight. It's not a guaranteed win against Porter. So I can see why those guys, might want to duck him or save him for a time that it's worth it. Because, I mean, if you look at it now, what are you saying? Mandatory. He's getting the fight because he's in the mandatory spot. He activated the fact that they have to fight him. So there's a lot to be said about that. If they tried to make the fight for 2 years, but now it's being made because it was mandatory.
Yeah. I mean, and the truth is, he said this other thing Shawn did. He said, Terence knows that if he beats me, no one else can beat him. I'm the only guy that can beat him. What do you think about that? Like, I don't really get why he feels he's the only guy that can beat him.
I'm going to go with, I love his confidence. I love his belief in himself. I think there's a lot of good welterweights out there. I mean, there's a lot of guys that we could do that test, because at the end of the day, we really think the biggest fight is EJ and Bud. And I think there's some other guys out there, if they would have give Bud the opportunity, that, have chances to beat him. I don't think Porter's the only one. I think there's some other guys at the top.
I just think what Porter meant, and how I interpreted it rather, is, Thurman's been out for 2 years. So if you fight Thurman, it's not a true indication of how good you are. Now Earl, he's hurt, recovering from a detached retina surgery. So if you fight Earl, it's not a true indication of if you're better, right? Yeah, because, we hear Earl saying, no tune-ups, I don't do tune-ups, but is he 100%? Is he 100% is the truth. So I think when Porter says, if you beat me, no one else can beat you, are for those reasons. Earl may or may not be 100%. Thurman's been out for 2 years. And Boots will never get a shot. Crawford's 34. Ugas 36. Porter 33. Those dudes are not looking at Boots, who's 24 years old, young, hungry. They're going to keep fighting each other because it's worth more money. Boots is high risk, low reward.
Yeah, no, I think a lot of that's very true. All those guys in their 30s, they're definitely not going to be looking to fight the up-and-comers. They're going to tell them, just like every generation tells them, you got to work your way to get up here. And by the time he gets up there, those guys will be what? 34, 35, 37, you know, then they're gonna duck him, to be honest. You know, they're gonna be on their way out, and Boots will be on his rise, depending on, you know, how all his next fights go. I do agree with you on the EJ thing, right? He doesn't want any tune-ups coming back, but come on, bruh. You got in that car accident. Now you got a detached retina. Like, that's a serious injury. Like, that's a career-ending injury for most fighters. So
both of those
honest,
things are serious.
Yeah, you know what I mean? I mean, we seen the car crash. I mean, man, my heart dropped to my stomach when I seen the video of that. Mm-hmm. So I think it's very fair to say, is EJ going to be 100% when he comes back, or are we going to get 70% EJ, 80% EJ? Is that eye, after having the retina detached, is he going to be able to take the punishment there and take shots the same way? You know, that's in your head. You know, that's your vision. You lose your vision, I mean, you can't fight. So, I mean, there's a lot to be said about that. Keith being out for a couple years. Yeah, I'm not interested in Crawford, Thurman right away. All those guys need a tune-up, in my opinion. They need to take somebody who's a little less opposition, and that's for Bud. Bud doesn't want those wins if they're going to put an asterisk next to him. You know, everyone's going to say Keith was rusty. He wasn't in the ring for 2 years. If he beats EJ, and we'll say he beats EJ in, I mean, I don't see it happening necessarily, but by knockout, he ain't going to get that credit. Not coming off of the detached retina.
Exactly why I believe what Porter is saying. It's like, I'm the only guy that can beat you. You know, I'm 100%. And I give 100%. And I believe Porter, you know, I want to make a disclaimer here because Brandon tried to make it seem like I'm tricking people. Do I love an underdog? Absolutely. Did I lie about Plant? No. Plant did better than everyone expected. And I literally told people I bet $10 on Plant. I never said I bet 1,000. I never said I bet 100. I never told you to break the bank. I said Plant was worth $10 to make 350 if you got it when I told you, or 310 if you got it the second time around. You know, I lost $10 on Plant and had a great evening doing it because that extra 10 helped me root for Plant and made me excited. I spent bigger money on Canelo and lost. I didn't win this weekend that passed, unfortunately, because I didn't think Canelo would get the knockout. I bet on Canelo by decision and lost my big money bet. But that's okay. All I'm saying is I never once said Plant would win. I never once told you to bet your fucking, you know, your stimulus, your income tax, or your whole weekly check. Never once said any of that. $10 is what I said I bet, and repeated it over and over and over. That being said, I'm absolutely coming into this week and next week's rooting for the underdogs yet again. Rosado is my man. I go back. I don't care if he takes 20 days to respond to a text. He's still my guy. You know, I'm a root for him forever. I said that, Rob. No way it goes the distance, and that's why I bet my money on Canelo by distance and Plant by distance. I told you what I felt. I never once lied and said Plant was a superhero, is all I'm saying. But I'm back on my same bullshit with Porter. Porter got me believing, man. I don't care. I'm a sucker. So what? So what? That's why I love this sport, because any given night, anybody could change it, man. Any given night, anybody could change it. And Porter got me believing. Oh, gotta believe. You gotta believe in Porter. You gotta believe in Porter. Yes. Yes, this man never been in the ring with anybody like Porter, man. Let's just be real. 275 amateur fights. Wins over Daniel Jacob, 160-pounder. My man's now at what, 175, 168? Yo, wins over Usyk. Undisputed. Just beat Joshua. Nah, man. Terence ain't never been in there with nobody like fucking Bud. I don't want to hear about Felix Diaz. Don't talk to me about Jeff Horn. Nothing. Like he said, if you beat me, nobody could beat you. And I believe it. I never said Keith Thurman was the test. I stopped saying that shit after he let me down. Or not even saying that, but like referring to him as the best welterweight. Porter's always been a test for any welterweight. Porter fought everybody. And listen to the blood, sweat, and tears. He like, I never thought I'd fight Porter. Why the fuck you never thought you'd fight Porter? Huh? I don't know. Yeah, you know this style. And then his father doubled down and is like, you saying you never thought you'd fight Porter. Then they trying to get the fight. They the only PBC dudes we know was trying to get the fight. Let's be real.
They wanted it. They wanted to cross the street. For sure. They were the ones that wanted to. I'm just mad about this last weekend because I didn't put that $100 down on the late round stoppage that I knew Canelo was going to get. It's just like one of those like, damn, $600. I'm a fucking idiot. My girl told me I got to start listening to you and start gambling.
Yeah, man. I mean, look, last week wasn't a good week, but if you've been following us, we're up, you know. And if you bet modestly, you didn't lose a lot. Like, I bet big on Canelo, but I didn't lose a lot. You know, I wish I would have fucking won. It would have been fun, but I didn't.
Yeah,
you know?
I made the right pick. That's what pisses me off.
Yeah.
I made the right pick. I just needed to go put the money down. And I had the extra 100 to lose. Like, man, I feel dumb now.
Yeah, I mean, look, it's like I said, though, there's no need to rush. You just keep following, keep writing your bets, and then you will see, like, damn, I got 6 out of 7 right. I would have made whatever because I would have always got it right. So, you know, it takes time. We got RNS1 with the super chat. Shout out to you. He says, Shawn had a year to activate his mandatory clause, but never did. WB ordered to fight Shawn, not Shawn. Yo, you guys sound crazy. Didn't Shawn tell you on your podcast that, you know, a lot of you guys act like you know boxing and that there was no such thing as an activation of a mandatory? Didn't he say that? I'm pretty sure he said that. You know, I'm pretty sure he even went as far as saying, like, people had me believing, you know, that I had to do something. So I don't know, you know, all this activate. I never seen, for instance, is Virgil activating his mandatory status with the WBC as the number one? No. Oh, by the way, Adrian, when did, and I'm using air quotes, Dillian White activate his? Like, what the fuck are we talking about, bro?
Like, what? He would have had to activate it, what, 3 years ago now?
I don't know. He chose never activated, I guess. What about Devin Haney? Did he activate it versus Loba? Like, what the fuck are we talking about, bro? Chill, man. I love that you super chat, but you guys be coming up with some weirdness. Joseph Supermax, the best welterweight in the world, will be in the arena that night to watch the fight for the number 2 spot. The big fish is coming. 2 fish emojis. Yeah, man. Let's hope. I read an article this morning that insinuated Earl could still be fighting Ugas. And we all know that Earl came out on his social media and said money talks, meaning step aside money for Stanonius. So there's a possibility that he's in the arena the way Supermax is saying, simply because he will be next or not. I guess no. If he's going to fight Ugas, he won't be next. I don't know. Will he be there? I don't know. Would he show up? I don't know. I mean, he didn't really seem friends with Porter, so he ain't going to show up to, in support of Shawn Porter. You know, he called him corny, dressed funny, can't sell pay-per-views, all that type of stuff. So
Didn't he make fun of his little leprechaun jacket looking like Lil Flip from the old-ass CD cover and shit?
He definitely made fun of Porter, so I don't know that he'll be there for anything other than watching the fight. But, you know, it'll be interesting to see.
He gonna go watch. He gonna go watch Bud. I mean, think about this. Bud came to his fights. Didn't say shit to him, but he
definitely
showed up
came.
and made his presence known.
You're right. He definitely came to that last one. We got RNS1 that says, Earl Spence Jr. overrated. Ugas really had no problem with Shawn, even though he got robbed. Now Bud going to KO Shawn early. What will EJ Spence Jr. fans say then? I don't know about KO, yo. Y'all tripping. That would be shocking to me.
And early? Ooh, that's, man, there's got to be some good money on that bet. You know what I mean? KO and Shawn Porter early, that would be a crazy thing to see. It'd just be crazy to see him get KO'd, to be honest with you. I mean, if he stops Shawn Porter, I believe that everyone will put Crawford at number one.
Brother, he stops Porter. I mean, I think that they're going to call him the best welterweight in the world.
Yeah, no, for real. Like, if he stops
because
Porter,
Shawn,
like,
and that's what I'm saying about what this fight represents. Shawn has been in there with everybody. So there's no better, test. There's no better barometer than Shawn, in my opinion. And, yeah, man. This is a beautiful fight. This was beautiful content, though. Let me get back to the blood, sweat, and tears reviewing of this. Obviously, Shawn is shining on this episode with his confidence, or his confidence is shining, should I say. But, another guy that they did a phenomenal job with, putting light on him, and it changed my opinion of him. I didn't know how important he was to Terence Bud Crawford's life, or to the gym and the training camps, and as a coaching assistant. I just thought he was like a Terence Crawford best friend that hung around. And I knew that he was a good boxer as an amateur because he says it a lot on his lives, but I never knew that Bernie the Boxer, Bernard, as they called him in the Blood, Sweat, and Tears, meant so much to Terence and has been around Terence for so long. As the story goes on the episode, he was 14 and Terence was 7. And, he'd been sparring Terence since then and was more like a mentor, big brother, and kind of just like Devin Haney's church, a hype man in the background, motivating. And I like that, man. I really like that they highlighted Bernard and gave him his shine and, helped us understand his role and how important it is for Bud, because he's always around. And I never really knew, And you know how it is in this sport, or just with celebrities in general. They always got an entourage, you know what I mean? But, Bernie's actually a part of the camp. They got him as a coaching assistant, and he definitely seems as a motivator, They had this scene where Crawford's hitting the bag and Bernie's like, man, come on, man, that shit going slow. Or something like that. And he starts speeding up the bag, and he's just like, the greatest fighter in the world. It just reminds me of like Ali, obviously Devin Haney, sometimes Wilder had people like that in his camp where they just, they're motivating you. They're giving you the words of motivation and keeping the fire going in the camp. So I don't know, man. I really, really enjoyed this episode. At first, I don't know, 6-7 minutes in, I'm like, this a little Bud heavy. Like, are they gonna, show favoritism? But it was a lot of backstory, a lot of amateur story, why he wasn't as successful in the amateurs, basically like style, politics. It was just interesting. It's a very good episode. I think you guys should check it out. And I'm really interested to know how well his store does. My man got a Terence Bud Crawford store in Omaha, Nebraska, and that's all he sells is Bud apparel. Like, how well is that doing? Like, how much Bud apparel can people buy? I think he need to definitely come up with some new designs, because everything is basically, from what it showed on the episode, like just the logo. So, how many Bud outfits could I buy? I need some shit that's inconspicuous, that doesn't say TBC on it too, like if I'm going to consistently buy some. But he had an entire store. That was a pretty big, storefront and square footage. I'm like, wow, he must be going ham on the sales with the Terence Bud Crawford hoodies and shirts. It was crazy. I never seen a fighter do that except Danny.
if you think about it, though, you could have a really nice storefront where he produces everything, and he's just shipping, drop shipping online. That could be where a lot of his business comes from, but he's doing well enough to have that storefront there as well.
Mm-hmm. No, I mean, again, it was impressive because you see Danny got one, but Danny, it's kind of understandable because he literally got a designer, and it's it's more than just the DSG logo. Like he dropping some shit. He actually dropped some satin like jumpsuits this week that I would have
seen
bought.
those.
The burgundy one, you seen
those.
that? I would have bought it, but I no longer live in the cold. You should buy that shit. That shit look tough.
Trust me, I'm thinking about it. But I'm gonna come with. I'm a holler at Dollar.
Mm-hmm. Oh yeah, I seen what he
Dibiase,
did.
He making the tracksuits now, so holler at him. Hey, bruh, I know it's warm in Florida, but I'm gonna try to get that the shorts version tracksuit. Another custom
when
joint.
you coming in December, I mean, look, I already got nights where it's 67 out here. So when you coming in December, I'm not saying
so it's hoodie season, right?
Not necessarily. I think today or tomorrow is gonna be 84. So you got your days where it jumps up, but at night you're gonna get your little cool breeze and you can throw your hoodie on and shit like that.
Yeah, definitely coming with a custom joint for Border Wars 13 though.
Look at this. As soon as I Google Usyk, I just Googled your super chat, RNS1. Usyk did it with AJ, activated his Mando. First thing comes up is Anthony Joshua rematch clause activated in principle. I ain't even got to click on the link, man. Activated in principle? Come on, man. Come on. Just tell me.
I see you rocking the Shawn shirt today, Ness.
Yeah, man. Supporting my lady, Shawn.
I'm surprised you ain't got some Jamaican music in the background. Nah, man. A lot of these guys are dropping stuff. Like, I feel like Danny, I looked at a lot of his gear, bro. He be dropping a lot of, like, interesting shit. Like, you can tell he got a designer making that. But hey, good for him, man. He's investing his money into something so he can leave boxing and have other things to get money. So shout out to all the boxers who do that.
Mm-hmm. And now when I click on the link, this ain't even talking about activating the WBO Mando. It's activate Joshua in principle, activating his rematch clause after the loss, man. But RNS Super Chat, which is his third one of the day. Ring the alarm. Another Super Chat is balling. Where we at? RNS1 says, Usyk did it with AJ. Activated his Mando with the WBO. Yeah, I mean, I'm not seeing anything like that, but let me try and rephrase my Google search. Usyk activate Mando. That should be straight to the point.
Damn, it's 84 by you. I'm salty, bro. I woke up this morning. I've been winterizing my yard and all that shit. I woke up this morning to like 30 degrees, fucking frost on everything. It's bullshit.
Yeah, man. Only thing that's pulling up with the words activation is the rematch clause, homie home skillet. So you can find it yourself and send me a link, man. Prove me wrong. Teach me. Teach each other. Help me here. Yeah, I know? Because I've never heard of that shit, bro. That's all propaganda to stop fights from happening. Because I ain't never seen, what's his name? Wasn't Brazil a mandatory? Yeah, he activated it all right. Dudes be fucking lying for their favorite fighter. Brazil activated that mandatory with Wilder, right? You fucking dudes are terrible, man. Yeah, hilarious. You know what? Matter of fact, I know exactly what to play. Talk to him, champ.
Showtime! If he's fighting your favorite fighter, that guy's in trouble. Showtime! If he's fighting your favorite fighter, that guy's in trouble.
Tell him, Ken. They know why they ain't take this fight sooner. They needed to build him up. Make sure he was a real welterweight, man. Make sure he was ready for a bull like that. Look, I ain't going to say he didn't have good preparation for this fight in the sense that, you know, he got, what's his name?
Mean Machine and...
Nah, not Mean Machine, Jeff Horn. If anything, you know, Jeff Horn is all, you know, unorthodox and wild and you know.
Yeah, he fights a little weird,
and
man.
And he did his thing with that. That's gonna be interesting because he picked off Felix Diaz. Not to say Felix Diaz's style is anything like Porter's, but I feel like he picked him more of long range, like was hurting him with long shots. You know, especially what was it, a left hook or a right hook? Man, that dude's jaw looked like it was about to come off. The bottom side, the bottom part, shit was crazy. But again, man, Porter's a different dude, man. He's so much stronger, you know. And
he's strong, but he doesn't knock people out.
Yeah,
he's like a different kind of strong.
Yeah,
you know? I wouldn't call him a hard puncher.
No, look,
but like he gonna be in your chest all night throwing shots. I mean, I wish sometimes he would try to be more accurate with some of his shots because he throws so many. You know, I feel like if he was really accurate, he could stop people with an accumulation of punches because they just wouldn't be able to stand up to it if he landed all those shots. But he is strong. He's gonna bring it all night. If you get tired, if you have tank problems, anything like that, Shawn Porter has to be a nightmare.
Yo, just to double down on RNS1, the producer said this guy don't know what he's talking about. Usyk activated his clause as the champion below with the WBO to fight the champion above. Boop, boop, be-doop, boop. But, you know, we teach each other here. Don't worry about it. Intrigue in Atlanta. Earl is going to the Bud fight now that Boots is on his neck. We all see what Mr. Man Clown emoji, is doing. Hashtag tables have turned. Stop ducking. Duck emoji. Run emoji. Boots.
Oh man.
See, I'm consistent. That's not a duck. Dude's 24. Earl's what? 31. Earl's unified, trying to be undisputed. You know, I ain't looking at it as a duck, but I get those that believe it is a duck because, you know, Earl was 14-0. No belts, calling out Thurman, calling Thurman a duck. You know what I'm saying? So now they on his heels. You know, I want to see how he will now react to this. You know?
Yeah. I don't know. You know, this welterweight division, the one thing is you have the repeated injuries to EJ. You got a Keith Thurman that's been out 2 years. We got a Manny Pacquiao that retired.
And been fighting too long. Let's be real. Like, you know,
right.
He did his thing against Ugas, and that can never, Thurman, and that can never be taken away from him. But, you know,
he took a lot of damage in that fight too.
No, it's not even about damage.
People forget that he got punched a lot. He won, but like, man, he took his fair share of punches. I'm not even looking at it
as damage. I'm just looking at it like back then we thought it was over. Back then we thought that was his last fight, and he, you know, he got through it and he made it to another one. You know, Ugas took him out, and now it looks like he's finally done. But you're right. The welterweight division is a little bit inconsistent right now. It's, even though we have champs and good fights to make, you know, again, the unknown of Earl, you know, is out there, you know. Is he 100%? You know, what's going to happen with Ugas? Are they going to allow the unification or...
Yeah, I mean, I feel like we have two different divisions in the welterweight thing, right? We have young to mid-30s guys, and we got our guys in our 20s. I just feel like the dudes in their 30s ain't really trying to, you know, they're fighting each other. So, you know, these guys like Boots and stuff that could take their crack or take their shot, they ain't getting those shots. So it's kind of like the division is split until some of these other guys move out to allow these other guys to move in. So yeah, I think the division needs some clarity right now, and I'm glad that Porter and Crawford are fighting now, because I think that's going to start to be a part of the piece of the clarity. Who's on top? We need EJ to come back for clarity, and we need the lower people who are just under them to start figuring out who's that guy who's going to be next.
So, Porter was sparring Caleb Plant. I told y'all that before. Obviously, he got knocked out. So people may act like, oh, so what? But that's still good ass sparring, right? Because he's such a boxer. So you're preparing Porter for that jab of Crawford and that ring IQ. Not saying Crawford is as good as Plant or Plant is as good as Crawford. I'm just saying from a boxer standpoint, look, you're the coach. I'm asking you. From a you can never build Crawford in the sparring ring. So, if you are going to get different people to make him up, would you, if you were Ken or assisting Ken and he said, yo, we need sparring partners, what you think about Caleb? What you think about Caleb?
I think Caleb's a good sparring partner. I mean, the dude showed excellent boxing. I mean, he executed his version of the shoulder roll. He used his feet well. I think that's only one dimension of Bud, though. So, but I would bring him in, for that one dimension that he's slick. He's going to use the jab. He's got great movement. But we also know Bud can brawl too. So, you're going to have to bring in maybe some other guys to represent the other dimensions of a Terence Crawford. But I do think that Caleb's a good pick as far as pure boxer. I mean, that's what he is.
Mm-hmm. So now, you said bringing in some other boxers to make up the other dimensions of Crawford, and I don't know that. Look, I would have just been happier to report a sexier southpaw name. You know what I mean? But it ain't like this community don't know the southpaw that's sparring with my man's, who's also your man's, Shawn Porter. And that is none other than.
So I trust God's word. And God's word's been treating me very well. I'm healthy, strong, and about to knock Earl Spence out in Jesus' name.
Maurice Lee, ladies and gents. Maurice Lee, the southpaw. I mean, he is in shape, but we never seen him on this level. He never even got mentioned on this level until he catfished the whole boxing community, talking about he was going to fight Earl Spence.
Hey, is this a dude where his brother got out there and was like, man, shut the fuck up.
But I wonder, though. I wonder now in retrospect, can you think of a world where they did tell Maurice, we got you the Earl Spence fight, and Earl came out that accident and he stood his ground? Maybe they did as a PBC family maybe his trainer wanted him to have a tune-up. Maybe Al recommended a tune-up. And he the one said, nah, no tune-ups. Fuck out of here with your Maurice Lee shit. Get me Danny. He is my tune-up. Because, and I'm just saying that because, damn, Maurice Lee was out here. He had us believe. I'm about to play my Mary J soundbite again. He had me believing he was about to fight Earl Spence.
In Jesus' name.
For real. But anyway, what you think of Maurice? I mean, it's hard to ask you what you think of him. You haven't seen him, right? It's like almost impossible to see him. I think he had like 1 or 2 TV fights only. But he is a southpaw. He is a southpaw. And if you follow him on social media, this isn't like an out of blue thing. Lots of people use him for sparring. He was sparring Ugas the other day for the Pacquiao fight too. Because he visits that Ishmael Salas gym. I'm going to try to go to his Instagram just to see who he's been in there as of recent and has he posted anything. But once again, your thoughts on the southpaw Maurice Lee sparring Shawn?
I haven't watched any tape of him, so I got to be honest that I can't really give you anything.
I mean, point your attention to the YouTube channel and you can see him shadow boxing. It's pretty fast. you know, obviously you look better shadow boxing than in a real fight because there's nothing coming back at you. But, you know, it's not like he doesn't look slick. Don't know
question, is he known as a power puncher?
I doubt it, or he would have been flying through the ranks, I'm going to assume. You know what I mean? Like, it's sparring, though. I don't know.
So this is just to have a southpaw for
I'm assuming
Porter to fight,
this is
right?
I'm assuming they bringing this in for the southpaw, you know.
Okay, all right. The aspect of that Terence is a switch hitter and can fight either way.
Exactly.
I got you. I think they do need to put him in there. Not that Shawn hasn't been in with several punchers, but we need to dust off some sort of puncher to put in there as well for the power punching, because I think he needs to acclimate to the fact that, I mean, I think Crawford has power. I mean, he's been knocking people out. But we can always argue the level of competition he's been knocking out. He's, knocking out the people that he's been given. His fights always look good. So I think they need to prepare for that power. So they need to bring somebody who's like a boxer puncher with some known power.
Okay, boxer puncher. I mean, Andre Dervell. How's that for boxer puncher?
I mean, he did get a pretty impressive knockout.
Well, not Anthony, Andre.
Okay. Oh, Andre.
The slicker boxer. Because, again, Crawford's a boxer.
Right.
The
And that's what I'm saying.
The 175-pound Andre Dervell. You know, that when sparring is about 190 because he ain't got to fight. You understand?
Yeah. No, I get what you're saying. Yeah, no, that would be a good one. But that's what I think he really needs. He needs a guy like, it's not bad. Have a guy like Caleb. I don't know how good this southpaw is, but he looks fast. You need a southpaw, and I think then you need a boxer puncher. Hold on a second. Hold on.
So, I wonder who Terence brought in, because that is the most difficult style to replicate. I guess you got to get Mexicans, right? Like, you got to bring in Mexicans to try to replicate a Shawn. I'm being told he was actually 200 pounds. He was put on the scales. Yeah. Let me see if they got some prop bets, because I know the over is already minus money. The over is already minus money. So even though Crawford has the knockout streak and the knockout is still probable in terms of the bookies, they saying if it's going to happen, it's going to happen late. Later, technically later than 10 and a half. But yes, Crawford Porter over under is the over 10 and a half, which is kind of where he gets his stoppages, right? Let's Google his name. Pretty much he gets stoppages late. Crawford.
Who are we talking about
Crawford.
now? I'm sorry.
We're talking Crawford. So his last stoppage with Brook, but Brook obviously wasn't that version of himself. You know, it was funny because on the Blood, Sweat, and Tears, you know, Mark Kriegel said that prom monology, prom Brook, prom. That's fucked up. You supposed to be a Crawford man, you know what I'm saying? But I hear him. He put 4th round Brook, 9th round Kavalaskis. So the bookies are saying obviously he gonna do better than Brook, better than Kavalaskis. Khan was in 6th. Benavidez got knocked out in the 12th. But that was still Crawford's only 2nd fight at welterweight, and he took out Horn in 9 as well. So really the only one that went over 10 and a half is Benavidez, who was tall, right? Benavidez, I mean, he looked big right now, but he is, 6 feet as a welter. Bradley's 5'8". And Crawford is 5'8".
What? I was going to say, he's like about 5'8".
5'8". Porter's shorter, though. Porter shorter, but again, the dude that gave him a little bit of time, I ain't gonna say trouble, took more time to get him out was Benavidez. I'm a sucker. I told y'all, I'm a sucker for the underdog, and I know Porter. I met Porter so many years ago. They wasn't even with any big promoter. It's like with Rosado. I'm riding with Rosado too. So for Porter, I would love for this fight to come off as a win for him, man, because I know that they have that we'll fight anyone mentality, and they need to be rewarded for that. You can't just go down in history as the guy that fought everyone. Oh, I love Porter because he got in there with everybody. We need you to get some of these wins too. And he got 2, 3, maybe even 4, depending who you're talking to, with Paulie, Devin, Berto, Danny, probably being the biggest one.
He fought his way up. Let's be real about that. Like, he tore through some dudes who were very legitimate at the time, and fought his way up.
Terence, it's crazy, right? Like, the Bud fans will tell you, like, you guys talk about Terence, but when it's time to put money, none of y'all show up. And it's true. Like, I got years of talking about his resume and how those people on his resume aren't Porter, Keith, all those guys. But that don't take away from what he does do in the ring, And what he does, he looks good. He looks damn good, if not one of the best at doing it. But he's always shown some vulnerability, It'll be interesting. Can Porter put him down? I know Porter's not this big knockdown puncher, but we've seen Porter put people down. We've seen him buzz people, and we've seen Crawford on shaky legs. The knockdown with Kavaliauskas, while the industry believes it was a knockdown, it wasn't awarded to Kavaliauskas. So he got away with that one. But I just want that type of fight anyway. I don't want a whitewash. I want Canelo Plant. I want Wilder Fury. I want it like that. I know Plant could have done a little bit more, but I was happy enough with everything he did. So I just want a back and forth fight. I want both men to get off, both men to show us something. I want to be excited, man, on the highest level, man. I want to be excited for real, like
seesaw battle. That's what we want to see, a seesaw battle. You know what I mean?
Man.
We want to see that.
I don't want any lows. I know that's not Porter. He's going to push and push and push, and then when he can't push no more, he's going to push some more. But another person they highlighted beautifully was Ken Porter, man. The relationship of Ken and Shawn, they highlighted that whole, his dad is tough on him, but they gave Shawn those moments to show, like, he don't want to do it with anyone else, Like, he said it, like, I've had those moments where I'm like, I can't do this no more. But I think in any situation, not necessarily just Shawn and Ken, like, no one else can really truly get the best out of you, like your father, because no one else can push you to those extremes, like your father can. I know Bomac and Terence got that father-son relationship, and maybe they, at this point, with so many years in, can, where Bomac can give him some tough love, tough conservatism, and not, turn him away. But I don't know that anybody could be treated the way, or pushed rather, the way Ken pushes Shawn, and take it. And that's what I like about Shawn, man. He's just so durable on all aspects, mentally and physically. You know what you get when you get a Shawn Porter fight, man. You know what you get. So I'm excited, man. I'm excited for that Blood, Sweat, and Tears episode. I loved it. I really, really loved it. They're doing a phenomenal job with both sides, highlighting everybody, you know, and giving you good little moments, you know. Yo, Ken got this moment where he's like, fucking hot today. He got this moment where he's like, which I didn't know how to take. I'm going to have Ken on later, hopefully, so we going to talk to him. I didn't know how to take because he was like, you got to stop doing what you want to do and do what I want to do if you want to win. I'm like, all right. Because, you know, in other circumstances in boxing, you know, the fighter is allowed to adjust in the ring off of what he's, you know, whatever situation he's in, not necessarily needs the instructions. You know what I mean? But I could be interpreting that differently and putting that phrase for everything when it was specific to that training session that they were showing. But yeah, man, I'm excited for this fight and the Rosado fight. I do want to talk about that a little bit before we open up the lines. You know the number to call in. We'll be going to you in about 5 minutes more. 1-425-569-5241. Press 1 time. Voice your opinion right here on the Voice of the People hotline. We're talking Blood, Sweat, and Tears specifically, not the fight. I know a lot of you are going to be triggered by things that I said. We're reviewing the shoulder programming where we're highlighting the Top Rank is spending money and doing a little bit more than what they normally do because it's something that we appreciate, you know? So we need to let them know that so they can continue to do that. So I'm specifically highlighting the fact that they did spend the money on giving us a 24/7 all access type of shoulder content for Bud and Crawford, you know, keeping it on that level of big fight. You can't say it's a big fight and not treat it like a big fight. You know, starting the pre-fight hype 2 weeks out, I commend them. They sent out a whole schedule for stuff that's going to happen for this week and next week, which, again, I commend them. You know?
Listen, you know what thing that bothers me, though, about just boxing promotion, period, now? And maybe you guys in the chat, too, correct me if I'm wrong. There was a time when I remember seeing advertisements for a fight a month out, 6 weeks out, where they really built the fights up. Like, it was by the time you knew that the fight was going to happen, it was in your face. You were buying it because you were sick of seeing fucking ads.
Yeah.
You know, and it's like now, what is it, 2 weeks?
Well, I think that
I
think that
like,
that
that's
still
garbage.
exists, though. I think that still exists. It's just not terrestrial anymore because, you know, the analytics are in. You know, even for me, it's like 87 to 90% of my subscribers are on mobile devices. So it just makes more sense to send you a Google ad. They're double click now, you know. It means it follows you. So if they target 25,
but I mean, even in mobile ads, okay, Instagram, whatever.
Yeah.
But don't do it 2 weeks out. Do it for like a month.
No, I
give
get
us
you.
4 weeks. Give us more content. Now it doesn't have to be
but
like
keep in mind what happened with Triller. You know, do we want to believe them or are we gonna take their excuse of $10 million lost in advertisement as their excuse to get out of the TO fight, or did they really spend that? So, you know, there's a company that did allegedly put the money before the fight didn't actually never happen, and they did. How many announcements did we get? How many infographics and imageries did we get for the fight every time it got rescheduled? So, I don't know. I'm
just saying,
right.
Like a slight media campaign. You can't tell me it's not in the down. I'm just talking 4 weeks out, not 2 weeks out. Just get, you know, build it up for like a month, because here, look how many pay-per-views we're probably about to pay for in the next till the end of the year.
Yeah.
That are on the back end.
I got 2 counter punches coming in, cutting that line. Shout out to Josh in Dallas, who I believe is in the 469, right? Hopefully that means I've memorized your number. 46. Let me see if I'm right. It's gotta be you.
46. You know, that's all I'm saying. Boxing, like, just like, to me, it used to be like you knew about these fights, you were getting excited, you know, and they were doing it back then, spending money. So I just feel like these companies now, like, I feel like your marketing dollars can be way more efficient now. You can use social media. You can use so many different avenues. Why are they not doing this when they were willing to spend all that money on just TV how many years ago?
I mean, I think it boils down to the pay-per-view buys, man. They're just seeing that they're not getting the numbers. So they're a little afraid of spending more maybe on advertisement. But I got 2 counter punches from Josh in Dallas right after Intrigue with the super chat. This says... Want to see Bud shit his pants? Get Byron Norman and watch what happens. Laugh out loud. He with Cameron Duncan. Get them both on the show. I actually contacted Cameron Duncan's people today because I sent the number, Cameron Duncan's number, to Brandon, but I haven't seen anything.
Now I do understand that, like, what was it that we had at the bar the one time? The Wilder Fury 2. I was a little worried at first because we ordered the fight, and obviously from a business perspective, that's a lot more money than us watching it at home. But like, they hit the media so hard. Now I think that one was 2 weeks, right? Or was that more? But like, they were everywhere with it. Like that I got. Like they flooded. I'm trying to think what that. Like the NFL commercials, everything. Like everybody knew about the fight. Like if you're gonna do 2 weeks out, do it like that. Like hit all the major sporting events if you're trying to get casual fans.
I just think that they're reaching to the wrong demographic. You look at a guy like Tank, and again, maybe this is a wrong analogy because he's only selling 200,000, 220. But I just feel like they're marketing Tank to the right people, you know, in the right places, and that's why he's able to sell. He's selling out his fights, and he's fighting on pay-per-view. I mean, other than Earl, I thought Earl was doing something spectacular, having 4 straight pay-per-views. This kid's on Earl's heels with 3 straight. So, yeah, man. But let me go to Dallas. Josh, 2 counter punches. What up?
Yo, Ness, I wanted to pay for my call, man, because I've been at work listening for the last 3 days. I ain't got a chance to call in, so I'm a little off topic. But shout out to Lady Shan for being the only person who scored the fight right Saturday night. I never agree with her, but that was excellent. You know, it was good to see a 6-4. That's all that was. The eye test talk about yesterday. That was good because David ain't fought nobody, and he did get dropped. And I was going to talk about today was just, I love the fact that we got the 3 style fights where it's a pressure fighter and it's like a boxer kind of dude with Devin, Bud, and then Canelo and Plant. I love when those 3 styles match up. That's all I had to say, Ness. Appreciate it.
Damn, champ, did you watch Blood, Sweat, and Tears? Oh, he really just dropped off. Well, shout out to you, man. Appreciate the counter punch. That was short and sweet. Yeah, man. All right. Well, we got some more counter punches. We got Supermax that says, send Boots in. We'll ruin him early if y'all want. Big Fish, yeah, right. And I'm not saying he can't beat him. I'm saying that ain't happening. I read that article this morning. And Boots is basically saying, yo, to all the champs, vacate and get out my way if y'all don't want to fight me. But Keith Idek, who I trust, know, love his writing, love what he does for the sport. He's saying even if Boots gets 2 more fights, he still won't be ready in terms of actually getting the fight with any champion via any sanctioning body. And he definitely said just basically so that it could resonate more with more people and sit harder in their head, he basically said that Boots would get the same Crawford treatment. You know what I mean? Like, if you ain't with PBC, you ain't getting PBC. You know what I mean? And I get that. They'll give you the lower tiers like they did Crawford. They gave Crawford John Molinas and Felix Diaz's, and they giving Boots, Lipiniets and Thomas Delorme. But if you want them echelon, them name, the franchise names, the names he's built, no one gave Heyman money except hedge funds and PBC and Showtime to build Thurman and to put him on as the inaugural ESPN and PBC on Fox and CBS. How many things did Thurman do? You know what I mean? The reason he does the numbers he does is because they built them. Same thing for Porter, Danny. So it's like, you ain't just getting my guys that I spent money building. And again, in retrospect, Bob just never really wants to do business. Again, look, they offered undefeated Danny at the time. What, $3 million flat, no pay-per-view up? Or even $4 million flat, no pay-per-view up? And now, 6 years later, 4 or 5 years later, they offering Porter with 3 losses, no belt, $4 million up, pay-per-view up. So it's like, did y'all ever want to do business for real? Because I do hear Bud. His interview is still in my head with Brian Custer. He paints a beautiful picture. But the people you with, that's another story. You wanting the fights and you wanting to, fight Earl because Thurman was ducking them. I believe that now after your Brian Custer interview. But the people you with sending them ridiculous offers to dudes that been built, it ain't going to work. And that's why it never worked. And that's why I believe Porter, and by Porter, I mean Ken, when he said,
contacted Terence 2 years ago. He didn't want to fight Shawn. He was contacted a year ago. Told Shawn, well, I got a couple other things going on. If things don't work out, I'll give you a call. He never gave us a call. He don't want this fight. It's here, but he doesn't really want it.
And two things could be said and still be right or the same. And yeah, I believe Ken, Terence didn't want this fight. Not because he's afraid, though, Adrian. More because it doesn't represent what he wanted it to represent. I'm pretty sure he would have wanted this fight when right after Porter beat Danny. I'm sure he would have took it as a unification. You understand? They saying I'm lying about Danny being undefeated. I don't know. Send me the year, champ. I'm pretty sure he was undefeated when he got the $4 million or $3 million offer. I'm gonna pull it up on my thing because we definitely reported. But if I'm wrong, it's not intentional, champ. I don't gotta be lying. You and everybody else know Super Jay-Z influence. I don't use papers and pens, man. I go in the booth off the dome. You know what I mean? So maybe I made a mistake here and there. But I will double check in a bit. I'm gonna double check. Who could he have lost to though? Danny would have lost to Thurman, was his first loss. So I don't know. I'm just not sure. I don't know. I'm not gonna argue that. It's not the biggest deal. The point still remains whether he was undefeated or not. Like, this is the issue. You see, that's the issue that Bud fans, they love to devalue the guys they're desperately seeking to get in the ring with. You understand what I'm saying? Like, look, he's arguing semantics about whether he had a loss or not about the money that he's being offered. And that's why, because the money's shit, so you got to argue about other things, and you got to devalue the fighter. So now, because he got one loss, he ain't worth whatever he should be worth, and that's not fair. Porter is one of the best fighters in the world, and he's also going to be one of the best fighters on Bud's resume. The best. This is how they're billing the fight. Crawford's best opponent till date, and he got 3 losses. So again, us as a community, I know that ain't what you meant, so don't waste your time calling in or super chat or counterpunching or trying to debate that, because I know that's not what you meant. I'm not trying to pigeonhole you into that category. I'm just saying, I'm speaking in general, not to you, to all of us. We need to stop with this bullshit about a loss, man. Like, I see people laughing at Algieri Ben. That's a fantastic fight for Conor Ben. Like, people tripping. You know what I'm saying? Algieri's just not a puncher. You understand? So we know what we're getting, but it's still a good developmental fight for a young up-and-coming welterweight that has a nice name. And if he's got it properly, he'll be in a big fight. You know?
How old is Chris Algieri, bro?
Can't be that old, bro. He just got time off because you see, this fight is still promoted by Starbox. He'll never get out that contract, man. That's the same contract that Andrade was in, and that's why Andrade lost the Rock deal and the Jamel fight. Star Boxing, bro. My man's name is Joe DeGuardia. That shit sound like he part of the mafia, man.
It sounds fishy. I got you.
You know what I'm saying? You won't get out them DeGuardia contracts, man. Andrade, I don't even know how. Honestly, I don't know how. Because he tried many a times before. He got out somehow, and maybe, you know, he got some outside help. Wink, wink from Eddie, because Eddie eventually ended up with him.
What about the other dude from Texas, the other gangster? You know who I'm talking about? Didn't he got somebody out their contract?
James Prince?
Yeah, James Prince. I mean, he seemed to be able to get some shit done.
He got Floyd out too, and he got Big Baby. He got Big Baby signed the top rank after, you know, being positive after the AJ fight. He just fucked up again. And got positive again. You know what I'm saying? But, yeah, some dude, that's what I'm saying. That's what I'm saying. It goes right back to what we talking about. You want to fight Porter, Thurman, Horn, and all them dudes. It's your team, man. Your team. Even though that sounds hypocritical, because, bruh, James Prince ain't getting it done for Shakur. I'm sorry. It's either he ain't getting it done or they don't believe in him. One of the two. You know, he ain't get that Warrington unification. He still ain't get Valdez. Valdez ducked him in 2 divisions. Now they talking about Navarrete and Valdez. You know, James Prince, I don't want no beef. I hear you can't even talk bad about him. So I'm just saying, I believe in you. Do better for my North native is all I'm asking you to do. That's all. You know, if you got a plan, at least do an interview. Let us know what's the plan and why things ain't been working out the way that we believe they should have worked out. But when you got a silver medalist who the world knows should have been gold, exactly like Floyd, he's already compared to Floyd. And when I say exactly like Floyd, I mean exactly like Floyd got robbed for his gold medal. You know what I mean? The world already compares him to Floyd. It's like, what are we, like, why didn't Top Rank make sure he got that Warrington fight? Why didn't they make sure he got the Valdez fight, or at least the Burchelt fight, to introduce him to the Mexican community? And it boils back down to Terence fucking Crawford. This is your situation, and that's why you ain't get your biggest fight till November 20th. And we talking about the same people, so Bud fans need to not come in here defensive, man. It's just the truth. You understand? They do things differently over there. They do it different. Listen, now we know why Elvis Rodriguez got cut, because he didn't listen to the plan, Adrian. Bruce Trampler came out and said, I signed Elvis as a favor to Roach. And we had X amount of fights until the Sims fight where he demanded that fight. We ain't want that fight. They was trying to develop him. As good as he thought he was, they were not ready to give him that fight. You jumped the gun, cut. You ain't follow the plan. Crawford been following the plan. He been following the plan.
That top rank diet. I got you. I've just always thought, honestly, like, no, don't even want to give the conspiracy vibes, but I just feel like Bob has something against Terence in a sense. Like, he's just trying to get him to a certain spot and then have the guy who's going to get it next take him out and him own both of them. You know what I'm saying? Like, I just always feel like Bob's been doing this for so long. Mm-hmm. He's always trying to set up the next thing.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. I totally agree, but that's for any promoter. For anybody, like, I wouldn't want myself on my level, cheap plug for Border Wars. I don't want none of my Border Wars champs fighting whatever other entity may be out there, and then my champ loses to their champ, and they get recognition of beating our. Nah, you got to come on over here, and you part of this, or you ain't part of this. So I get it. I get it from a business standpoint. Believe me, I understand that you want to be the man to have both people in the situation. But you can't always have that. And people need to stop making this shit about PBC and Top Rank. It's not about that, man. It's about every promoter versus every promoter because they're all competitors. We all doing the same thing. We all in the same space. We all fighting to get a television deal, to broadcast our fighters, to make them popular, to get the biggest paycheck, you know, and we don't want to share that until we absolutely have to. The thing is, people don't like to believe Bob because he said, you know, I'm lying today, I'm telling the truth tomorrow, or vice versa. But if you listen closely, he's been telling you how they do things, man. And it's a Top Rank first way. And look, I mean, they're what, 80 years in a business, I think? Oh, I could be wrong with that, but because that would make them like in the 40s. I don't know. But he's got time in this business, and he's still in it. He's still in it. Like, look at Don King. There's movies on him. You know, he's had some of the greatest fighters in boxing, and he's gone, and they're the same age. And they did business together. Some of the biggest fights was Don and Bob. But Bob is still here. You know what I mean? So they know what they're doing the way that they do it. It may not be what I like. It's obviously what some of these Bud fans like, but it may not be what I like. And what some of us like, but it works. Exactly.
They found a formula, something that they use, some algorithm that may be what we call it. They found something that works for them because, I mean, at the end of the day, man, Bob has put together some big-ass fights over history.
No, I mean, I did some research one time. My man promoted Evel Knievel jumping over the motherfucking Grand Canyon, bro. Isn't that insane?
That's crazy. Bob did that shit?
Yeah. It's like, yo, my man has been, and the young pictures of Bob, he looks so different. Young Bob looks so different. It's crazy. But I think I got a Cash App counter punch, right? Let me see here. That is Joshua. And then I got... Yeah, man. If you're watching this on YouTube, don't forget to hit that thumbs up button. It helps with the visibility of the show. Helps us grow. So, you know, if you want to help us grow, then hit that thumbs up and share the show. Let me see if I got any new super chats. So, Rosado Munguia, man, what are you thinking, bro? Because obviously I am biased. I'm invested.
I already know you're biased. Here's my thing. I always liked Rosado since a little bit before the whole Rocky or Creed movie. But at the same time, I've been watching him move Munguia, and I feel like they're not putting him in a fight yet to really upset the apple cart. Let's just put it that way. I think that Munguia will knock him out late.
Wow. Serious? I'm so mad they haven't opened up the props, man. I'm betting the over on this shit. Rosado's going over. There's no way he's not going to. Has Rosado ever been stopped? Remember, Rosado's in the ring with Triple G and they didn't stop it. The corner, Billy Briscoe, shout out to Billy, debated with he was arguing with the father live on camera, like, whatever the father's name, like, yo, he's going to kill him. And he's like trying to lean over him with the towel, bro. You know, Rosado is not a quitter. In no way.
No, I know he's not a quitter, and
you gotta kill him.
And I'm not making that statement based off Rosado.
4 people knocked him out.
I'm making that statement based off Munguia. You know what I'm saying? Like, I think they're trying to set this kid up to be.
Quillen did hit him with some shit, and even David Lemieux knocked him out. David is a big puncher, though.
Yeah, but Lemieux was a monster, bro. Like, in that division. At his rise,
the rest are TKOs, man. The rest are TKOs. I don't know that Munguia can do that, bro. Like, who's he really knocked out? Yes, he got power. I know he split Terriano Johnson's lip. That was insane. So I could see something like that happening. But he's knocking out like nobodies. Not nobodies.
Yeah,
excuse me.
And that's what I'm saying.
Excuse me.
They're building them up. So we're gonna see.
No,
we're
their
gonna see
names.
where he's at with the Rosado.
But their names, you know, we know Zerimenta because of Golovkin. We know Terriano Johnson because he really beat Curtis Stevens. We know Gary O'Sullivan because he's the dude with the fucking mustache. We know Hogan because he beat on Jaime. We know Takaishi Inushi because he took Jaime to dark places. You know, we know Liam, who he didn't stop because of Canelo stopping him. We know him. And we know Saddam Ali, who was a welterweight, who he did stop. And that's what I'm saying. Oh, other than that, he did stop someone else. It's not coming to mind. Oh, my God. Who'd he stop that someone else couldn't stop? At 47, he stopped him. Oh, Charlo's boy. He stopped Juan Montiel Macias at 147 in the second round. Charlo didn't do that in 12. But, you know, Matias could have grown from that. Macias Montiel could have grown from that. But Jaime did knock out him. So that's a valuable knockout, right? Because Charlo couldn't do it. We got to value that knockout. And then his next knockout, I won't give him credit for Ali, even though Ali beat Bud in the amateurs, Saddam. I won't give him credit for that because Saddam was a 147-pounder. So, you know, knocking out a 47-pounder moving up at a catch weight of 52. He couldn't really knock out a 54-pounder in Liam, you know, or Inoue, Takashi Inoue, who you know, I think he fought Roberto Guerrero, right? Who that dude Inoue fought? Damn, so that was the fight that made him famous? I thought this was the same Chinese dude or Japanese dude that Roberto Guerrero fought. This ain't even that dude, bro. Okay, he made Inoue popular. Inoue's fighting this weekend, guys, versus Australia's own Tim Tszyu, the son of Costa Tszyu. So tune in. Because yesterday we had a conversation about Canelo fight at Bridgerweight versus Rivas, and it was real whack, man, because y'all didn't even watch the fight, giving poor opinions. You know, you got to watch these fights. I'm a victim, too, so I'm not coming down on anybody. I can't watch them all, but, you know, some guys we just got to watch, you know what I mean? And that brings me back to Inoue. Obviously, I thought Inoue was the dude that Robert Guerrero fought, but look, you know, I know that he gave Jaime hell, you know, and he went 12. You know, he keeps coming, so I'm going to see what Tim Tszyu do with him this weekend for sure, for sure. You should tune in. You know, that's a good fight. So then he didn't knock out Dennis Hogan, and I believe Charlo did knock out Dennis Hogan, right? Charlo stopped him in 7. So they hold one knockout over each other. Charlo couldn't stop Juan Montiel Macias. Munguia couldn't stop Hogan. So tit for tat. Then Sullivan, again, none of these are like Rosado. Like Sullivan's not Rosado. Terriano, I will say, is tough. He's tough, man. He's not the greatest skilled fighter, but he's a tough fighter. But this was a stoppage on the cut. Remember, he took that man's lip off, man. That shit, I don't think we've ever seen him come back.
That shit was ugly, bro.
It was horrible. It reminded me of Margarito taking that dude's ear off on ESPN. And then Smelta or Zerimenta, I mean, you can't really value that. I really believe that the play is the distance. And I know I sound like a broken record because I thought that with play. But boxing is per weekend, man. You can't be trying to, you know, shit on my predictions because I got last week wrong, man. It's fight by fight, man. And I'm at least attempting to give you my reasons why. Like a lot of you dudes, I remember J-Mac said that yesterday, like, or somebody said that, like, y'all just call in and don't break, that was JT actually. Y'all just call in and don't break it down, man. Break it down. Don't just tell us why something is going to happen because you're a fan of that person. Give me the reasons why. You know, and that's what I'm trying to do. I'm trying to value which knockouts on Munguia's resume will make me believe that he can knock out one of the most durable dudes in boxing. It's like I said when this fight first got announced. I want this win for Rosado. He needs a world title. He's the new Orlando Salido. He needs his world title, man. Rosado got, oh my God, he is Salido. Lord, Salido won his belt after 11. He had 11 losses and became world champ. Then he got two-time champ with 13 when he beat Loma, or backwards, something like that. Maybe a little less. But fuck, Rosado got 13 losses, man, and he's one of the dudes like Porter that just fights everybody. Like, let me just tell you who he's fought, because maybe people won't remember, right? And I'm gonna start like back in the day, man, because this is the definition of a blue collar fighter. This man worked at Home Depot and took fights on short notice. Lived in Philadelphia. He's a Philly Rican like Danny. Trained with Billy Briscoe back in the day, another really known Philadelphia trainer. But Rosado, got even journeyman or, once upon a time heavily touted names, like Fernando Guerrero, which he lost to in an 8-round fight in Salisbury, Maryland, where Fernando Guerrero used to sell over 8,000 tickets. So, I don't know. I didn't see that fight, or at least I don't remember. It smells like a Friday night ESPN fight. I don't remember watching that. Kasim Uma, at this point, former world champ, definitely a journeyman at this point. But this was his Home Depot days. The Uma win got him the Alfredo Angulo television fight on ESPN, but he was working in Home Depot. He got put down twice in that fight, and that's prime Alfredo Angulo, El Perro Angulo, back then, before James Kirkland did what he done to him. Saul Roman, journeyman. A lot of people fight him. The brother of Jerome Boots Ennis, Derek Ennis, when he just had 2 losses, I.E. Bruce, who's got common names with the entire boxing. Jesus Soto Carras. This was when Rosado changed his career around. He lost to Derek Ennis, the brother of Boots Ennis, and then he went on a magnificent run, and it was the first time Ness started campaigning for Rosado Canelo. He had piled up 7 straight wins, at 54, beating I.E. Bruce, Jesus Soto Carras, Shakur Powell by knockout, and Charles Whitaker, all on NBC Sports. At that time, that was a new deal that they had with main events. And Rosado became a darling. He became a main eventer. They didn't really have fighters. Obviously, Kathy Duva, all she had was Kovalev, who was even on these fights as undercard fighter. I actually went to a few of these in Pennsylvania, in Sands Bethlehem Casino. And Rosado was killing it. He was selling it out. Kovalev was on his undercard. He became like a WBO Intercontinental champion after knocking out Whitaker, defended that, and, heavy rumors that he could get a Canelo shot at 54. So because of those rumors, he got offered the Gennady fight. Moving up, Gennady plucked him. Rosado lasted 7. Gave Gennady a good fight if you go back and watch it. People only remember the blood because obviously, that's the way that our brains work. But Rosado actually gave Golovkin problems in the beginning, landing nice shots, good jab, boxing him, The thing is, when you're a puncher, it's only inevitable. That's how they end up thinking, like Wilder, you know what I mean? So you always trying, and he killed Rosado when the time came. But after that, he lost to Golovkin in a really gruesome fight. Then comes back versus J. Leon Love. Beautiful build-up for that fight. It was for the vacant NABF. J. Leon Love, he was this, undefeated, heavily touted guy. He was actually considered more of a blue chipper when he was with Lou DiBella. When he transferred to TMT, he wasn't looking as great. And but he got more hype, obviously, being with Mayweather. Then I think he started dating that girl, Latundra Jones, who's Mayweather fighter, And he got popular, and he fought Rosado. I thought Rosado beat him and got robbed. He put Love down. It was a split decision. And then God works in mysterious ways because J. Leon Love tested dirty after the post-fight for a diuretic, which is no different than herbal tea and clenbuterol. So when these fighters test for these things that help you lose weight, I get Canelo and the hair follicles and the meat, but it's just too much of a coincidence that you popping for something to help you lose weight. You know what I mean? So J. Leon popped, so the fight got overturned. So because he really got that win, PBC gave him another shot, and he got in there with Quillen. But, man, he went down like fucking 6 times in this fight, I think. It was crazy. Then Quillen stopped him. That was Quillen in his prime. Then he went right in there with Jermell Charlo. This is what I'm saying. This is the Shawn Porter without the wins. Look at I'm reading these names so you know who we talking about. And yeah, that could mean miles, right? Like total rounds box 308, which isn't as much as Canelo, who got 490, and Pacquiao got 460, But he got rounds with 308. But the truth is, this guy is like wine. He's getting better with age. We all know that. But anyway, keeping on, lost to Quillen by stoppage, lost to Jermell Charlo, the boxer at that time, Jermell, who was with Ronnie back then. And that's why I always gave Jermell credit. He beat Rosado in 2014, man. I bet you in 2014, probably his brother ain't even had one name on his resume. And I'm guessing, but I know that Jermell was above his brother for a minute. And look, it proved in retrospect, look, now one is unified, the other never has. But it's also situational, right? It's like who's in your division, who's not, who's in your promoter, which a promoter, who's not. But look, after Jermell, name a dude that would take this type of schedule. David Lemieux next. So I just got knocked out by the puncher in Quillen and Gennady. Fuck it, I'm gonna go in there with Lemieux too. I wanna fight everybody who's a puncher. Then, he gets a Joshua Clottey fight. He wins that. He wins the Velasquez fight. Back in there with another tough style. Mongoose.
Hold on. Let's go back to Clottey. At what point in his career was Clottey?
Clottey was probably trying to come back at that point.
Okay, I just want context to where.
Yeah, no, because Clottey's best days was at 47. This was a 60-pound fight. He was probably trying to make a comeback. I remember that fight. I went to that fight. It was at the Turnstone Casino. I'm telling you, I'm a Rosado fan, man. He's a gladiator. You gotta respect these guys, man. Dudes, look at Peter Quillen. I love Peter Quillen. Peter Quillen, I was talking to him the other day. He going to New Jersey around the time we having Border Wars, and he's still telling me he gonna try and fly back to the Border Wars. I love Peter, but Peter and Rosado, they different. Maybe it's because Peter made way more money. He was an Al Heyman darling, but Rosado keeps coming back. Peter, I think, is retired. You know what I mean? So it's like, whatever. He fights El Mongoose, Cuban style, slick southpaw, UD. Gets in there again, Martin Murray, who arguably beat Sergio Martinez in his backyard. Majority decision loss. So he loses again 2 times back to back. And this is what I'm saying. People probably like, yo, why is he talking about this dude who always losing? This is why, Adrian. Because regardless of loss, the motherfucker gets back in the ring. He gets back in the ring. Now, he beats the dog shit out of my man, Glenn Tapia. Man, I learned how to box at Glenn Tapia's gym. You know, Glenn Tapia, every heavyweight in the gym possible, he was trying to get him to take my head off. He beat the dog shit out of Tapia. Then, arguably, definitely in my eyes, but we all know I'm Rosado biased, but he beat Aries, man. Come on, y'all. Tell me in the chat, did he not beat Aries, who now in retrospect beat the dog shit out of Hurd? Just saying. Goes in there with Selecki. I was there for this fight too. I even went to the press conference, the announcement. This when I met Bozienis, and I told y'all that story about Hearn. And that's when Rosado fought Selecki. Another tough style. You know, not a big name. Definitely tough style. You know? Loses again. Comes back. Tune up. Takes the Jacobs fight and definitely won. So now look, if the sun finally shines on Rosado, how many wins? He beat J. Leon Love. He beat Aries. He beat Daniel Jacobs, man. He beat him. He beat him. Then he goes in there off the Daniel Jacobs high and gets the biggest win of his life, a fucking career highlight knockout. All I'm saying, this could be his ascension into greatness. Even though his record looks spotty, it's like win-loss, tune-up loss. You got to know the context. And who didn't think he ain't beat Jacobs? Come on, man. Come on, man. Jacobs going to hate me.
Listen, all I'm really trying to say about it is this. The reason I'm picking Munguia, I think Munguia is hittable. And I think he's very beatable. Because I don't think Munguia really has a hard to figure out style. He's just tough. Like the way he fights, he ain't gonna last forever. You know, he's willing to take shots to the dome. I don't think that his defense is really anything to write home about. It's gonna be a great fight. I'm just going on the side of youth. I won't lie. That's what I'm going with. Just the youth.
Rosado's only 35, champ. Rosado's only 35. Young 35. In the prime of his career, if you asking me, he with Freddie Roach, relocated to Los Angeles, lives in Cali, had a new daughter, beautiful gym in California that he owns. So you already know the money is good because, you know, storefront in Cali ain't cheap. You know what I'm saying? Don't matter where you at. And I don't know. Listen, the fact that he's such an underdog is crazy to me because it's not like they wasn't been trying to make this fight. They had to make it after he knocked out that you know, Malakuliev dude. So I don't know, man. I don't know. And Jaime, come on, man. He looked like, come on, man. That fucking Hogan fight. So many fights. Like, how good is Jaime? You know?
But we're gonna find out, because don't you think this is the natural ascension? Listen, it's like this. Gabe is 35. I'm not saying he's ancient, but let's not call him young either, okay? Because in 2-3 years, now he's 36, he's 37, and that we're gonna be talking about him more like he's 40. I'm just saying, Jaime's on his way up. Gabe's been like hovering around this certain area for a very long part of his career. You know what I mean?
He's the modern day Rocky, man. He's
no, I got Rocky, you. I'm a fan of Gabe too. Don't get it twisted. I told you that in the beginning. I'm just saying how I see it. How I see it is one guy is on the come up and one guy is still right here. It's up to Gabe, man. This is up to Gabe to see where he can go from here. But this is Jaime moving up, and you're right. I think this is the next step up for Jaime Munguia.
And Jaime is a smaller dude. He started at 47. Gabe has always been a 60. He moved down to 54 after getting, you know, being a career fighter. Because when he was a blue-collar working guy, you know, he was taking fights at whatever. So Gabe is naturally the bigger man, man. I don't know, man. I don't know, man. But I'm an underdog sucker, man. You know I'm an underdog sucker. So it is what it is. I'm a sucker for an underdog.
I got you. I mean, you already said you had bias. I mean, I'm just looking at it from the outside in. Because I am a fan of Rosado. He gives great fights. You know what I mean? Like you said, you just went through his resume. It's not like the dude didn't try to get everybody. But at the same time, I just
you learn though, but you learn from losses too. Especially a guy like him that we can all see. He's got a different mindset. He's not a quitter. Don't matter who you put him in there with. He not a quitter. He just keep trying. It don't matter who. He's not a quitter. He's not asking for tune-ups. He's not asking for easy fights. You know, anybody that can fight fucking... Look at this lineup, bro. Golovkin, Jay Leon, Peter Quillen, Jermell Charlo, David Lemieux. That's murderer's row.
I'm with you on that.
I'm definitely
with you on that. I get that.
3 punches and a fucking slick boxer who now ends up in retrospect being what? Oh, a puncher. You know? We got Ken Powder ready. Ken Powder. Let's get him on the program. See if he could do Skype.
Yeah, I mean...
Man. I'm going to open up the phone lines in the meantime because I know it's going to take him some time to get that Skype right.
Remember to rate us 5 stars on iTunes.
Subscribe to youtube.com/theboxingvoice for the latest and greatest interviews with your favorite fighters.
And remember, we're trying to get to our next goal of 130,000. 100, you know. We just want 100 at a time. Right now, we're at 130,060. So we need about 40 new subscribers, 40 new TBV Army veterans to jump on with us and, be part of the game, man. Help us get to our next goal. Is that Ken? No, it's not. It's just you and I.
It's just the two of us, I guess.
Just the two.
You calling in?
I want him to come on Skype, so we're gonna try and do that first. Until he can't make it, then we'll let him call in.
Listen, man. I like Gabe's story too, man. But the other side of Gabe's story is, man, he's been in some wars, bro.
Yes.
Like a lot of them. That's a lot of punches to take.
But how good is Jaime? Listen,
that's what we're gonna find out.
You talking about losing to a boxer, and again, now we know he's a puncher. Jermell, like all the names I mentioned, like, is there a fluke loss for him? Like, I don't even know that Jaime would have made it out of a fight with prime Alfredo Angulo. Like I don't know who Jaime beats on this rep. Maybe Jay Leon Love, Jaime could beat because of the pressure, And I'm talking in terms of who he lost to, who Rosado lost. Jaime ain't beating Golovkin. Not even at 39, he ain't beating Golovkin. You know what I'm saying? That's why he ain't take that fight. They offered him that fight multiple times. Jaime David Lemieux, they ain't making that fight. He golden boy. They could have been made that fight. They don't want that fight because he get hit too much, so why let him get hit by a puncher? Bro, you think they're going to put him in there with Willie Monroe? A slick southpaw? I'm just saying, these dudes that Rosado lost to, I don't think it's a given. Yeah, maybe Jaime beats Martin Murray. Martin Murray, he was always high guard. Like you hit me, I hit you. Nothing like Mayweather said, straight up and down, nothing special about him. But he was durable. Does he beat Luis Aries, Jaime? Maybe because he's Mexican on the cards. Like I didn't think Aries was going to get the win over Hurd. But I don't know.
That's a Milwaukee guy right there.
Yeah, so, and listen, it's a different Aries too. It's a different Aries because Aries had a tough fight where he got let me check. I think he also had a fight where he thought he beat Jacobs, right? It was Jacobs. It went 12. I'm telling you, I don't know. I don't think that I had him close in that fight.
I got you.
Can
you hear me?
I hear you. What's up?
All right, yeah. You froze on my screen, like just the visual. I just want to make sure I'm still rolling.
Oh, shit. Did I? I think I heard. Oh, that's why, because we got Ken to jump on. What up, Ken?
Everything's good. How are you?
I'm good. Were you driving?
Yeah, I'm driving to the gym. I'm trying to get, excuse me, I'm trying to get a workout in before I circle back and do all of these. They got us doing a whole bunch of British interviews and ESPN interviews and Zoom calls this morning before we head up the mountain at 11. So I got a hard stop on them at 11 o'clock. They're wanting us to do interviews till like 12, but I said, it's a hard stop at 11. We're done. Call Bud and try to get him to talk to you.
All right. So I watched the Blood, Sweat, and Tears. Like I texted you, man. I thought they did a phenomenal job highlighting you, and I was telling my audience a few people. You know, I love what they did with Bernard, aka Bernie the Boxer. You know, I love that they went back in the amateur times. And I wanted to ask specifically, when they show you being interviewed, you look so young. Not to say that you don't look young, 'cause I told you this in Mexico, you look young. But I mean, whoa, you were so young. So I wanted to know if you remember exactly how old were you in that specific interview with the heavyset man.
40.
What?
Yeah.
Wow, so damn, 40. So how old are you now? If you don't
60.
mind. Oh, wow. Yeah, my dad's about 65. Wow, wow.
64. I could be 68. Take your pick, dude. I could be 69.
Nah, you can't be that old. You look too good for that, man. Physically.
Maybe almost 70.
So
that's the beauty of it all, man. No alcohol, no drugs, never tried, never experimented, never, you know what I mean? I live the life that I love, and I love the life that I live. God bless me. I'm thankful. I'm humbled. I'm appreciative because I'm not even supposed to be here. Forget about boxing. I'm not supposed to be alive just from the things that went on around me, you know, and so many people. Before I got out of the 7th grade, I buried or went to at least a half a dozen funerals of close family members and friends.
Well, amen to that, man. You know,
amen.
You're doing fantastic in and out the ring, man. Like you said, you know, you ain't supposed to be here, so you're definitely an inspiration to many fathers out there that are training their sons. You know, I'm sure you were an inspiration to Bill Haney, who started with Devin Haney, and you know Devin very young, man. I got sparring with Shawn and Devin maybe 7 years ago, so. Yeah, man, congratulations on all your achievements. But it's like I was telling my audience, you know, I don't want Shawn to go down in history as the guy that just fought everybody. What I want for Shawn, meeting you guys so many years ago in that dark BB King's club show, is to see him, you know, get this win, because it would mean so much. Not only to me, but to him, because I'm conceited. I wanted to mean something to me, too. Nah, man, you know, I don't want him to be the guy that almost or is good enough, you know? And I hear, I don't know if it's the way they're putting this episode together or the way that Shawn has decided to promote this fight. He just sounds different. And he's making me believe, but I'm a sucker for an underdog. I don't know if you know, Vegas has him as an underdog, a big underdog. But he sounds like he really believes he can beat Terence Crawford.
Of course he does. Of course he believes that, not just that he sounds that way. Of course he believes that. And as far as your memory about the BB King, I remember it like it was yesterday. And I value that night that we met, that first time that we had those conversations. I value that just as much as I value all the things that have made me successful. So it's great to be able to talk to you this many years later and still have that relationship. But yes, Shawn does believe that. I believe in Shawn. Everybody that's with us believes in him. You know, this camp has not been the best in terms of sparring the best guys for extended periods of time. We've had to use a lot of different guys. But I look at that and I offset it by saying Terence can't find no Shawn Porter to spar with either. So we've had some good guys. We just haven't had these good guys for extended periods of times, like, kept them for 2 or 3 weeks. But we have had some really good guys, so we're prepared.
As a trainer, what do you think is the most difficult thing to prepare for Terence Crawford?
ESPN asked me that type of question. 3 different interviewers asked me that same type of question. I'm going to give it to you the same way. It's not one specific thing that stands out with me with Terence, other than the fact that he's a southpaw, or he can switch to being a southpaw. That stands out, and that's a somewhat hard thing for people to prepare for. But, go back and look at Shawn's resume. We've fought arguably one of the best, if not the best, southpaws in boxing. And we've been right there with him the whole way, So there's not one specific thing that stands out. But if preparation for a southpaw is needed, we've had it. We fought that southpaw, and there's other southpaws early on in Shawn's career that he got wins over.
Do you expect Crawford to come out straight up southpaw? Because it seems like when he goes for the kill or when it gets a little hot, he resorts to southpaw. Are you expecting him to open up with that style, or do you foresee the possibility of orthodox?
There's a great possibility he comes out orthodox and then he switches. And if he switches, we're going to get him when he switches. That's one of my ways of dealing with guys that switch. Most times when guys switch, they're not comfortable in that very moment that they switch. Takes them a minute, maybe not a minute, some of them sooner, but takes a few seconds for them to switch and get comfortable and throw the combinations that they want to throw. Most of our camp, I would say 85% of our camp, we had a great, I don't know how many times I can say it, we had a great boxer in Hendry Cedeno Martinez who was able to switch seamlessly. He is not Terence Crawford. By no stretch of the imagination am I saying he's Terence Crawford. But this kid can switch seamlessly, unbelievably smooth at going from lefty to righty or righty to lefty. So we had that. It was just only a week ago that he needed to return home for some serious family situation, which, he's just becoming a father, so he had to go home.
All right. So, did you watch the episode, and what did you think of it?
Actually, I have not watched the episode. You sent it to me this morning, and that's when I decided to start watching a little bit of it. But as I was starting to watch a little bit of it, I noticed that you had this show going on. So then I had to stop and then, give you guys my attention because I wanted to hear what you had to say about it and be prepared to come on your show this morning. So,
okay.
I
enjoyed it.
I saw some clips.
I did really enjoy it, and I do like the fact that they're at least going above and beyond. Well, not above and beyond, but they're doing more than they normally have with this 2-week pre-fight hype. How are you, how can you assess the level of promotion? Do you feel like they're treating it like a big fight? Would you have wanted more? Are you satisfied? Have they exceeded your expectations with the amount of promotion and publicity that they have set up for you?
Actually, again, because I haven't watched it, I don't know how much they've actually done in terms of what you guys are seeing, in terms of what they've asked of us, and how much they've put into it that I can see behind the scenes. They've gone above and pretty much beyond. I had a semi truck in front of my house last week. A semi. 18-wheeler with a whole entire crew coming out of it with lights and cameras and everything.
Wow.
They've come with another week. They came and they shot what they called a movie trailer. They had, I counted, that day I counted, they had 12 people working on set. So yeah, they've put a lot into it. I can't tell you what you guys have seen, if that's translating into you guys saying, oh wow, look at what they've done. I don't know from that standpoint, but from the standpoint of what I've seen behind the scenes, yes, they've gone above and beyond.
Now, Mark Kriegel and just the build-up for this fight, they're billing it, you know, I mean, the official build is it's on, but it's also being billed as Terence Crawford's toughest opponent till date. Do you believe that? And what do you think is different about all the other, well, not all the other guys, how is Porter different from Terence's previous opponents?
Well, there is nobody else in boxing like Shawn. There's nobody in the welterweight division like Shawn. So anybody that fights Shawn has got some different things to deal with that they don't normally get in other fighters. Most of the time, in the other fighters, you're going to get a tall guy using a jab, or you're going to get, a tall guy that's a puncher, or you're going to get a guy that's boxing and moving around. But in Shawn, you're not getting that. You're getting a shorter, compact fighter that can move in, that can move out, that can pressure you, that can move laterally, that's quick, that's tenacious. I mean, there's a lot of different things that are not what you normally prepare for and see. Probably the only thing that he's not doing is he ain't switching to southpaw, which he can do. We just don't do it.
So it showed that you guys, probably moved to Vegas over 12 years ago, right?
No, we came to the West Coast, which we were first in Cali in 2010. And then we got over to Vegas and at the end of 2012.
Okay. So, that being said, how much do you consider, look into, think about the betting lines, the odds makers, the bookies, the underdog,
Never have.
Favorite?
Don't even understand it. Never have. Don't understand it. I was going to ask you what it means, but I know underdog means we can win money. But other than that, no, I don't look at it. What I get back if I put 10 grand down?
On Shawn? 10 grand.
Who the hell else I'm gonna bet? What kind of shit is that?
No,
Who else I'm gonna bet on?
No, I'm just saying on Shawn is going to be a lot of money because he's the underdog. I'm not.
Okay, so what I'm gonna get back?
If you use my bookie, which is who I'm affiliated with, they're actually giving you plus 505, 10 grand. Lord have mercy, that's going to be so much money. It's like, I don't know what we got here. 50,000 plus your $50,000 and 500 plus your 10,000 back. Remember to use the code BETTBV. All right, BETTBV if you're going to do that. But
hey. And may I ask you this question?
Mm-hmm.
If I do that, am I gonna mess up the betting line?
I'm sure I'm sure, yeah. 10,000 is a big bet, but I don't know how much it'll go down. But yeah, they do go down. Like Rosado opened up as a plus 600, and right now he's a plus 375. So as the fight gets closer, more people believe in you. They start betting on you, and it changes the line. So yeah, your 10,000 would change the line for sure.
Yeah, because there's been times I've had to have people run all around Vegas to go to different places because they wouldn't let us, do things.
Yeah, I've heard rumors like that about Floyd having difficulties or sending multiple people to bet on him.
Yeah, I deal with the same people.
There you go.
Yeah, so that 10 sound like a good starter for me.
Yeah, sure is.
Good starter.
You already know 100,000 gonna be $500,000.
Woo-hoo!
Right? Wow, that's a lot of money. But anyway, so let's talk about the knockout, right? Because that's what's getting the most, I guess, headlines. And at the same time, it's become an internet debate, right? Because it's like, how is Porter saying he's going to knock out Crawford when he didn't knock out Formella, or he didn't knock out this guy, or he's just not known as a puncher? But as his dad, you know, you've been with him in the amateurs. I mean, he's dropped guys like Daniel Jacobs. Somehow he got wins over Usyk. Like, why is your son not a puncher? Do you think it's because he was so heavy in the amateurs and he's holding that weight back, so he's losing some of that power? Or do you think it's just punch placement and, you know, he could land the right shot and knock out a Terence Crawford?
I think it's the latter. The first thing that you said, we knew coming down in weight that we would lose punching power. But the trade-off is what you see now. Fights against Terence Crawford, fights against Danny Garcia, fights against Errol Spence. We knew going to that division that that's where we were going to be. So certain people in certain places, we had conversations a long time ago, and those conversations just said, hey, we're going to make a move on this division. It's going to be big, and there's going to be what you want, you know, the money and the big fights are going to be here. And so we did what it took to make that change and change his body, not just go on a diet, but change his body structure. And so we over a number of years. If you go back and look at his box rec, you will see he went down each fight 1 pound, 1 pound, 1 pound, 1 pound until we got to 47. So yeah, moving down to 47, he definitely loses some power. But your trade-off is 7-figure fights. Your trade-off is pay-per-views. Your trade-off is being in the division, the hottest division in boxing. That's your trade-off. So if I came to you right now and I say, hey, you got a fighter, and I'm talking to you, you got a fighter fighting at 160 pounds in the amateurs who's never been on a diet before. He just fought there. And I said, but, you know, when you're turning pro, you think you can make 54? Okay, I can make 54. That's only 6 pounds, right? But hey, in a few years, we're going to have this division that's going to be super hot. It's going to have these guys in it, and you're going to be able to, you know, go for these championships and make this type of money and even get to pay-per-view fights. Can you come down in weight? You're going to make that adjustment to do that, just like Danny Garcia made the adjustment coming up, or just like Terence Crawford now has made the adjustment coming up. Terence Crawford, most of his career was at 135?
Mm-hmm.
Okay, so he had to make an adjustment. He didn't just go from 135, I'm a 147-pound fighter. He never did that. He made a conscious decision. They, as a team, and then also Top Rank, as a promotional company, made a conscious decision and say, hey, we're going to go to that division so that we can get him in these big fights against those guys in that division. And as far as, you know, Terence, not to take anything away from Terence, but, you know, if I'm the matchmaker and I'm moving you up in weight, I'm never going to put you in there with anybody that makes you look bad. I got to put you in there with people that are going to make you look good. So you look spectacular going up to this new weight class.
And look, I was of that mindset, Ken, you know, which is crazy, right? As these fights get closer, you know, whether you convince yourself a guy can do something or that the other guy is good, you know, and I've been a victim of not valuing Crawford's resume and the people that he's been in there with, in the sense, like, I respect everything they've done and what he's done. I'm just saying those guys aren't Shawn Porter. Those guys were never the best guys, in my opinion. You know, Ndango and Delorme and, you know, that just wasn't it for me. But now that the fight is here, he still does what he does very well, and he is on a knockout streak. Does that worry you? Do you consider the power?
Let me say this. What's up? Let me say this. In terms of, am I worried? No. Is he a bigger, stronger fighter on fight night than Errol Spence, who's 175 pounds? No. Harder puncher, one punch type guy.
Ooh, Ken, I think you're breaking up. You might have got to a spot that is no bueno.
Yeah, he look a little froze up on the screen, man.
Oh, he came on camera? I didn't even know. That's probably what happened, Ken. Go back to no cam. Who is this? I think he trying to call. No, you gotta just click the link, Ken.
Yeah. But yeah, lots of good questions.
Why is he trying to call? I told.
Was he trying to call in the other way?
I think that was Cameron Duncan. Trying to call. What is that over there?
All right, it looks like he left out and is gonna call back in.
Yeah, nah, he went to the wrong Skype. That's what it is. He calling a back call Skype. I got Cameron coming on too, so you know, feel free to show me a little bit of love. You know, help me to keep the lights on. Just a little bit of love. I you know, all I did was, you know, get Ken Porter on, and I'm gonna try and get Cameron Duncan on, who's available, and he's the promoter of Boots Ennis, who everybody loves. I'm just, you know, just a little bit of love. But while we get Ken back, we're gonna go to these callers, open it up. And shit, I don't even know what to do now, because if he's not gonna come on, maybe I should go straight into that Kamran.
Remember to rate us 5 stars on iTunes.
These calls are brought to you by Big Rigs Trucking Agency, experts for all your insurance and trucking needs. For quotes and consultations, visit us at brtagency.com or contact us at 908-943-6918.
All right. Hawking them down. What up?
Yo, good morning, Ness.
Morning.
Adrian.
Good morning.
All right. Y'all just talk about the upcoming bouts, the Porters, and the I did see that Blood, Sweat, and Tears, though. That was good. Damn, Ness. You know, you my guy, man, but I just don't think Rosario is going to win that fight, bro. I got him getting stopped, actually. Munguia is such an awkward fighter, and so is Rosario. They're both very awkward, but Munguia has a nice jab, and he's in a position to land his second punch a lot more than when Rosario throws his punches. It's more like Rosario kind of waits to set a person up when Munguia kind of comes forward with his setup, and he kind of forces his issue more for me. I don't know how long. I don't got to be in quick. I got to be in some rounds, but I just think Munguia going to get to him. And I still think Terence Crawford is going to get to Porter because Terence Crawford has a better I'm not a Crawford fan. I'm more of a Porter fan, but Crawford has a better position because in boxing it's about angles and positioning when you're in the ring. And
Crawford is always in position when he throws his jab to land his right hand.
All right. Let me just text Ken and say I'm going to go ahead and get Cameron on because I know he has some 11 o'clock stuff he said, right? And right now it's 11 over here. So that means, oh, shit. What is it over there? Is it 6 over there? No, 7 over there. Wow. Shout out to Ken. Nice and early for us. Let me just have Cameron. Hey.
Oh, there's Ken.
Oh, Ken's back?
Yeah.
Oh, Ken, what up?
What did I miss?
Nothing, just we went to a caller in the meantime. We didn't know whether or not your internet was going to come back.
What was the last thing?
We were talking power because obviously the biggest thing getting the
Right.
headlines
What was the last thing you heard me say, though?
You had explained to us about how you guys had moved down in the weight, sacrificing the power for the bigger fights, yes. And the way you built him down gradually.
Right. Good morning, by the way. What's your name?
My name's Adrian.
How you doing, Adrian?
I'm doing well.
Good. Nice to meet you. Yeah. So as I was kind of posing the question to you, Ness, if you had that opportunity and
I would take
put yourself in you put yourself in a position to fight in that division where there's pay-per-view fights, some of the hottest fighters that are there. And at the time when I was in those meetings, Errol Spence wasn't even up at that level yet, but we knew what was going on because we already had a Pacquiao there. We already had some of the other fights going on that we
internet.
Your weight, yes, you would, but that's what we had to sacrifice to be here. So yeah, he did lose some muscle mass that created more power for him. But I don't worry about that. Punch placement would help a lot more. You're right. You're correct about that. He's just not the guy that I can get to, constantly stay on that path of, zeroing in. I talk to him all the time about, hey, man, I need the solar plexus. I need the liver. I need the chin. I need the shot on the ear, and he's more of a aggressive guy that is going to just get to you and throw these punches than he is a guy that's going to sit back and pick his punches.
So the producer's telling me that we actually left off on you letting us know, or you telling us you're not afraid of Crawford's power.
No. Again, like I said, he's not a bigger, stronger guy than Errol Spence on fight night, who was 175 plus pounds on fight night. He's not a...
Now, how sure are you of that, though? Like, I get it. That's the logic I'm using. This guy started at a smaller division. How could he be that strong? But
I'm simply saying that he's... Okay, let's say he's not a bigger guy than Errol Spence on fight night. I highly doubt, I could be wrong, but I've been doing this is my 32nd year. I could be wrong, but I highly doubt that on fight night, he's going to be stronger than Errol Spence. I just don't believe that. But if that's the case, if he's stronger than Errol, okay, we'll have to deal with that. That's why they call it boxing. Once we see that he's stronger, then we're going to change our strategy. But I doubt that that's going to be the problem. I highly doubt that he's going to one punch crank a no-look left hook like Danny Garcia and tear your head off. I don't believe he's going to do that. But if he does, we've got an adjustment to that, right? We've got to make an adjustment.
Right hook, though. He does it with the right. He put Benavidez out like in the last minute of the round. It looked like Shane Mosley Margarito on the ropes.
And again, That's our job. We have to adjust to that. We've been working to prepare to defend that in the camp. Let me flip back to a little clip I saw when it's going to be constantly built up and made out to be more than it actually is, and they're only going to use that clip because that's what creates the drama. When you made reference to, you're going to have to stop doing things the way you want to do them and do them the way. Excuse me?
I did reference that. It sounded weird to me.
Yeah. But here it is. He had his hands down. He's getting caught with a hook. It's pissing me off. I've seen it too many times. And what I'm saying to him is this. You have just made a conscious decision to put your hands down and fight a man and challenge a man that's on an elite level to a fight. That was his decision. You understand what I'm trying to say now?
Mm-hmm.
That was, okay, come on, let's go. Right? No, you can't do that. You got to do what I'm telling you to do, which is this. So if you only give that little clip of me going at him, it appears like, oh, Ken's going crazy on this guy right now and yelling at him, telling him he got to do it his way or no way or the highway. Well, what's the other way? Put him down, get hit, get knocked out. Right? That's it. But no, they don't show the lead up to that, which is what was going on right there, which is what I'm saying is I have a fighter that has a tendency to sometimes to just say, put his hands down and challenge a guy. And I'm saying, no, you can't do that. And what I'm telling you to do is basic fundamentals. Hands up, chin down, elbows in, knees bent, body on an angle. Protect yourself at all times.
So you spoke about it, which, damn, because you mentioned hook, and he's getting caught with the hook in sparring, and Crawford has a good right hook.
I'm saying.
And then Shawn has been dropped late with the hook by Broner in the 11th, and then freaking Earl in the 12th, right? Or am I wrong with that? No, the numbers, the rounds. No, you don't remember?
I think Earl was in 11th.
I'll look it up.
I think Earl was in 11th, and I think it laid Shawn flat out on his face. He was asleep, right? That's what happened.
Porter down in the 12th with Broner, and with Earl the 11th. So I had it backwards.
I don't know. Your son got up from that knockdown in the Earl fight, ready for war, bro.
No. This is what I'm saying. He was laid out flat on his face, right?
No, but it don't matter. The points, Ken. We can't afford the points. Look, it cost us the Earl fight. Many people thought at the time of the knockdown, Porter was winning. That knockdown fucked it up. It was over.
No, it didn't.
So what happened?
No, let me tell you. From my standpoint, yes. Maybe from yours, yes. But the judges didn't have it scored that way. So even if we had went through that round, what your eyes were seeing was not what was on the scorecards, I get that part of it.
Yes.
That no, we can't afford it and we don't want that. And the conversation I had with him yesterday and also with Barry Hunter yesterday, you're getting that inside shit right now, Ness. Yesterday was, we told you going into that 11th round, get your hands up, get on the phone, cell phone, get on the phone. We told you that, right? We told you that, Shawn, yesterday. We said this. We had this conversation with him yesterday. I said, we told you that. And you chose to go out there and be lax. And you can't do that in this fight. So we're on him about that. It is conscious in our minds to constantly stay on top of him about those type of things. But at the end of the day, once the bell rings, it's got to be up to him to be conscious to say, I'm going to put my hands up right here instead of, oh, it's showtime. Let me put my hands down and let these punches fly.
Since you used the term breaking news or inside scoop, I would love to know, because this was supposed to be a mandatory challenge that went to purse bid, which per the rules means no rematch clauses. But because you guys came to an agreement. I'm just wondering, did Top Rank slide in a rematch for Crawford if he loses?
Nope.
What?
But you got to understand that you don't understand, Ness.
What?
I had this conversation with Shawn yesterday, too. Here's what you don't understand. More inside information. Boxing, unlike football, basketball, baseball, hockey, there's no national governing body. That means one overseeing entity over the entire sport. There's no players representation or athlete representation. There is no players union or athlete union, right? So, depending upon what state you're in, what commission you're dealing with, the rules get changed to benefit the powers that be all the time, every day. So there'll be a time on fight week when somebody's going to come and try to present a contract to me that's probably going to say, hey, if your guy beats our guy, you have to do this. And that's a decision we'll have to make at that time. But because there's no national governing body, no president, no union, there'll be nobody for us to turn to that says, hey, you can't make him sign this contract the week of the fight to do something that he had never agreed to from the start.
So fight contracts are signed, though.
They get signed
the week of.
Fight week.
Exactly. No, I know. I remember years ago, I brought this up and people laughed at me. I try to tell people sometimes you get a whole fight and the dudes don't sign until the day before the fight. But now you're clarifying that on the highest level.
Right. And because the people that are in place and in power want to be able to control the situation.
Now, you're with Al, though. Why would Al allow you? I mean, isn't that the guy you turn to and say, hey, look at what they're presenting us on fight night? Isn't he the one to comb it over?
Let me back that up, and I'm not discussing the people that you just brought up. I'm not discussing them because I don't discuss him. But let me turn that back to you. It's fight week. You got a $5 million deal on the table. You've trained.
Whoa. Let me back that up. They said $4 million. So you're saying Shawn's getting $5 million guaranteed. All right. Thank you for that. Keep going.
Anyway, I'm talking to you, Ness. You
we live right now, so it's like you're talking to me.
We live, baby. We live.
$5 million.
We live,
all
baby.
Right. That's worth it.
Again, you got that deal, and somebody brings you a contract, and it has some things in it that you didn't expect. Do you shut the whole deal down and say, I'm not going to fight? All the people that bought tickets are not going to see it. People that bought pay-per-views are not going to watch it. I'm out. I'm pulling out of the fight. Do you do that?
I mean, you're going to say no, you don't do that. But at the same time, why would you allow yourself to be strong-armed into a situation?
You missed everything I said from the start because I know you heard me. This is a business, and this is the way this business works. This is the way this business works. Mm-hmm. You said it that you spoke on other shows. Previously, you said that you've known that guys didn't get their contracts until almost the day of.
Mm-hmm. I got laughed at. I'm glad you said that right now, and it's a pay-per-view. People don't be believing the things that happen in boxing, I'm telling you.
Yes, it is a pay-per-view, and we have not signed a contract.
Crazy.
Right.
But I mean, look, that's also good though. That means that this business is based on handshakes and you know, trust, I guess, in a sense. No? Well, I do want to ask you.
I don't trust this business.
I do want to change the topic slightly. It's still about you specifically, more specific. Anthony Joshua came to America seeking possible new trainer relationships. He stopped at Ronnie Shields, Robert Garcia, and Eddie Reynoso. One of my listeners, Mr. PBC from Seattle, wants to know if he stopped in your gym, would you entertain training Anthony Joshua? And what do you believe you think you can do for Anthony Joshua?
Would I entertain it? I'd entertain it from a standpoint of it's business, and that's a business opportunity for me. If I have an opportunity to buy more property, if I have an opportunity to invest in something, if I have an opportunity to be a part of something that's great, yes, I entertain it. As far as a boxer, I met Joshua in 2012 in the World Championships. Quiet guy, nice guy. And he didn't have a lot of boxing experience, but he made it to the gold medal round of the World Championships. He should have got the gold, didn't get it because we were in Azerbaijan. So guess who he lost to? Who at that time had put up $1 million for a medal, any medal they could get in that tournament. They had put up $1 million. It's an oil country. And this wasn't reported by us. This was reported by CNN at the time. But he's a nice guy. So he's a nice kid. I met him a few more times since then. So I definitely would entertain it. Each individual in boxing, each individual you come in contact with is different. Some are tall, some are short, some are strong, some are right-handed, some mostly are orthodox boxers. You're going to have, left-handers. It'll come down to a personality fit with me. If my personality and his personality can mesh and work together. For me, I do things differently than most trainers. I try to learn the boxer. I study him and learn what he already knows. And I spend a lot of time, or would spend a lot of time, learning him before teaching him. I would never try to change him. If there's an outstanding flaw that we see, whatever that might be, let's say he don't take good body punches. He don't react well when he takes good body punches. And we work on strengthening his abdominal area. We work on better defense in that area. We work on him being able to, sustain punches in that area with different exercises. I'm just using that as an example of what could be done, what stands out with him in the last fight against Usyk. He's up against a difficult style, a left-hander.
But you face that style. Shouldn't you DM him like Andy and get that opportunity? I mean, you've been there with Shawn, and somehow y'all got a win over who's now a heavyweight champ, unified, and a cruiserweight champ, undisputed. Or do you think that's too long ago?
No, I don't think that at all. Funny story about Usyk. The fight was a great fight. It was a close fight. They were giving us the scores in the corner. I knew what I needed Shawn to do in that last round, and he was prepared to do that, and he did it, and he pulled out the victory. But after Alexander had moved up to cruiser in the Olympics, and had won a gold medal, I was in Ukraine, and I was in the Ukraine. I took Errol Spence to the Ukraine. I was the head coach, and they had this big dinner. They had this big, conference where they had, all the dignitaries, the presidents, the political people, and they brought Alexander in, and they brought all the Ukrainian team in, and they were really dominant at that time. And he had his gold medal, and they had us standing up there with these guys, and Errol hadn't been to the Olympics yet, so nobody knew who he was, and there was nobody on our team that anybody knew on a high level. None of the guys returned from the previous Olympics, so they were talking about how great a team they had, how many medals they won. Alexander is the best fighter ever, and so on and so forth. And I had a translator with me, and it just pissed me off. And I said, "You tell them that my son beat him." And the translator, who was from Ukraine, said, "No, I can't say that." And I said, "No, you tell them that my son beat him."
Sorry.
What we got?
Box Rec in their ads.
Yeah. And then again, he said, "No, I can't do that, sir. I can't do that." I had this college student from the Ukraine who was my interpreter and translator. And I said, "No, you tell them." So they looked over to the side, and Alexander looked at me, and he pointed, and I pointed back. And so he wouldn't say it, so I yelled it out. I said, "My son beat him." Right? And so the dignitaries and the president and everything, they said, they're looking around, they're like, "What is he saying? What is he saying?" So the translator had to say it reluctantly. He didn't want to say it, but he said, "He says that his son beat Usyk." And everybody starts to laugh. And I said, "Tell him again, tell him." I was pissed. I was mad. I said, "Tell him again." Because they're making fun of our entire team, and we had nobody who had medaled or no one who had any big, experience on any level with us. And so I just, I had to stand up for us. And so I said, "Tell him again." So he said it again. And then Alexander says, "Yes, his son beat me." And all the laughter stopped. As far as Joshua's concerned, those type of situations for me, I prefer not to be in those situations where you got some guy that wants to come to you from another situation that didn't work out for him, and it's a quick fix situation.
But
I'd rather be in a situation.
This would be his first true trainer change. He's always stood with McCracken.
No, I'm not disputing that. I just mean, like, if you're looking for this quick fix, if you're looking for that, I mean, what I would want to do with him is I would want to get a couple of fights with him and not be so high profile. Get some time to work with him and understand the way he boxes and what makes him successful, because obviously he's done things to this point that made him successful. So you got a lot to learn. You got a lot of time that you need to spend just learning him. I'll use my kid from the DR, Henry Cedeno Martinez. I've spent more time learning him than I've spent time teaching him, because he already knows how to box. He's ultra talented. He's not just talented, he's ultra talented, right? But people haven't seen him on the biggest stage yet, because I'm still learning him, and we're taking these baby steps to get him to where he needs to be. So you got to learn the athlete. The guys that, this is no knock against any other trainer, but the trainers that want to take you into the gym and pop, and do all this kind of stuff. What did you just learn about your fighter? You couldn't have learned anything about him, because now you're showing him something that you know. instead of allowing him to show you the things that he knows. So he's obviously done things to be successful to get to this point, or he wouldn't be here. So you got a lot to learn. You got to spend a lot of time just watching and learning him, right? So, you know, that quick fix stuff, it's not gonna work. You know, I got guys that come
and
to
that
me.
can't be done from you watching tape. Like, if you want to make it work, can just, you know, go get in front of the computer and watch hours and hours of tape.
Yeah, you're gonna learn things there. You're definitely gonna learn things there. No doubt about that. You're gonna learn things there. But again, you got to build a relationship with the guy at the same time. You know. So I'll give you another example of one thing that's going on with.
Really quick, because I want to stay on Joshua. I got same listener, Mr. PBC wants to know: would you be able to toughen him and bring out the dog? Because AJ, that's what he's looking for. And that's based off his interview. You know, he said he's a dog. He just wants someone to help it bring him out of him or something like that. And obviously the way that you train Shawn, what we get to see anyway, we see, you know, like you said, you feel is a misrepresentation of your relationship, but what we see is tough love, and it's been resulting in good results, right?
I got no problem with the tough love aspect of them presenting that. I got no problem with that at all. That's fine. But I mean, if you just take a clip of one moment and you don't show what led up to that moment, you know. But anyway.
Can you bring a dog out of him?
It's got to be in you. If you got it in you, if me and Anthony was, if me and AJ had a conversation, if he and I had a conversation, and he said, "I got a dog in me, I just need somebody to bring it out, and I want you to do it." If you're giving me carte blanche, if you saying I got no speed limit, I can put my foot on this gas pedal and go as fast as I want to go, and as hard as I want to go, and this is what you're signing up for, and you're paying for it, right? Then yes, we'll find out. And I'll press you to that limit, and we'll find out. And I have the ability to press you to that limit. I have that ability. And if you respond accordingly, and you are the dog that you say you are, then we can get somewhere, we can be successful, right? I think he's, you know, a really good boxer, and he has all these abilities and size and speed and power and, you know, things like that. But if that's the thing that he thinks he's lacking, and he's looking for that from certain people, I don't know everybody that he interviewed with, but yeah, go ahead, reach out to Anthony.
So, you know, Plant pretty long being in Vegas. Obviously, you know, you used them for sparring for this fight. Were you expecting the knockout from Canelo? I swore Plant was going to last the distance, man.
I have to be careful with things I say about people that I have relationships and with, you know, and how I feel about them. But I just felt truly, because of his inexperience against high-level competition, that he would not be able to handle the second half of this fight and make it through it because of the competition, the lack of competition. This is no indictment of him as a person or his boxing ability. But if you go back and look at Canelo, I don't know how many championship rounds he's got, but I'm 100% sure it's over 100 championship rounds, championship fights. So the rounds has got to be easily up in there, right?
Well, he got 490 rounds boxed.
Yeah, and if you're looking at BoxRec, just go ahead and look at from the time he fought Mayweather to where he's at now. Tell me how many rounds. And of course, all those fights didn't go the distance. But tell me how many rounds he got. I bet you that guy's got 100 rounds. I just felt that you look at the other guy. Mike Lee was a collegiate boxer. Collegiate boxers in the amateurs, the collegiate boxers were not even allowed to compete in our local tournaments. They were that bad. They were not allowed. They could not sign up for a local Golden Gloves tournament. That's Mike Lee. Fighting Butts, you know, his name says it all. Maybe I didn't say it right. Did I say it wrong?
Nah.
Okay.
No, it's just hilarious. It's hilarious to hear the same criticism from the callers coming from you, because those are the things that they would say, man.
You know, the Caleb Truexes of the world. Nothing against him, but you know, he's not the upper echelon, top level guys in the division. The guy that fought Darrell, what's his name?
Darrell.
Yeah, they both.
Oh, you talking about Yeardom? No.
No, he fought Andre Darrell, the same guy Caleb fought. Akabuchi, Kabazi. Caleb just fought him in the last 2 years.
In the last
him and both Andre Darrell. Andre Darrell.
Uztategi.
The same guy that Darrell's uncle punched.
Yeah, Uztategi.
Jose. Guy. Right. Those guys are nowhere near. They can't come into. They're not in a conversation with the guys that Canelo has fought. Those guys aren't in a conversation. You can't put them in a conversation with the guys that Canelo has fought. So I knew it was inevitably going to be this way. I thought somewhere within 9 and 10. I didn't think he'd get past 8. And I thought somewhere between 9 and 10 that, you know, he may succumb to everything that he had not been able to prepare for leading into that fight. And again, you know, the clip that is, you know, being shown now with him having a conversation. Dude, you don't have a conversation with somebody that's trying to hit you in your face and knock you out. You don't talk to people that are trying to, you know, if it's a robber on the street and got a gun, are you really going to have a conversation with him? You know, you either defending yourself or you're trying to run to get the hell out of there. So, no, you know, this guy holding a conversation with somebody, you're trying to milk this clock, you're trying to get out of this round without fighting. No, you got to fight now. You got a fight on your hands. You don't have there's nowhere for you to go. And in the next round, he stopped him. You know, so, I mean, you talk about AJ looking for somebody to bring the dog out of him. They need to go get a fucking dog catcher for this kid because, no. Now I'm talking about boxing. I'm not talking, because who holds a conversation? What are you looking at the clock and trying to milk every second to get out of this round and the guy knocks you out in the next round? Come on, man. That shit, that's not boxing. There's no conversations in boxing. There's silent conversations that I break up all the time. When Shawn was sparring with Caleb, he was making silent conversations, you know, agreements. And I was like, no, don't listen to that bullshit. You know, don't be a part of that bullshit. He's trying to, you know, get through this round, you know, silent agreement, meaning, you know, grab a guy, hold a guy. Hey, let's just stand here. 1,000, 2, 1,000, 3, 1,000. Okay, I'll let you go. Let's do that again. That shit was going on, and I was getting on Shawn's ass. Don't be a part of that bullshit. You know, and then the talking bullshit, man. Come on. This guy is trying to make you unconscious. This is what this other person's intention is, to completely put you prone, laid out. If he can, you know, he'll deal with whatever the aspects of what happens to you. He'll deal with that shit later. But right now, he wants to knock you out, completely knock you out.
Well, going back to that logic of Caleb's resume, do the guys that Crawford has fought compare to Shawn? Because you said, Truax, you named off the names and you said they don't prepare you for Canelo. They're not Canelo, So how do you look at Crawford's resume? Has he been prepared for a Shawn Porter?
Okay, I'll pose a question to you.
I wanted that answer.
No, I'm going to give you the answer. Is Caleb Truax Jose Benavidez Jr.? No, he is not. Is Caleb Truax Kell Brook? No, he is not. Is Caleb Truax he's not Mean Machine. He's not, these guys, they're not as good as the guys that Terence Crawford has beaten to get to where he's at.
Wait, so you saying Plant not better than the dudes Terence beat?
No. I'm saying the Uzakazis, or however you pronounce his name, are not as good as the Jose Benavidez.
Wow. So you value Terrence's resume even more than...
Of course I value his resume.
Okay.
I value his resume before those guys. I came through the amateur system with Terence Crawford. I know Terence Crawford personally to be a dog. If Anthony Joshua was trying to really find out what a dog is, call up Terence Crawford.
Wow.
He's a dog. I know who we're in there with. We're in there with a killer, but I got a killer too, and that's what killers do.
All right. Wow. I didn't think you thought he was a killer.
No, he's a killer. No doubt about it.
All right. So I need you to explain this, right? I've been playing this little sound bite here. Let me see where I got it at. Where you at? Is this one?
Contacted Terence 2 years ago. He didn't want to fight Shawn. He was contacted a year ago. He told Shawn, well, I got a couple other things going on. If things don't work out, I'll give you a call. He never gave us a call. He don't want this fight. It's here, but he doesn't really want it. Contacted Terence 2 years ago. He didn't want to fight Shawn. He was contacted a year ago.
Understand that.
Told Shawn.
What part of it don't you understand?
I mean, because my interpretation is almost as if you're insinuating he avoided the fight. But you could just
I'm not insinuating anything. I'm saying he did avoid that fight. I put that out there. There was contact made. Can we have a discussion about making this fight?
Mm-hmm.
And he didn't want no parts of that. We could have had this conversation and negotiation 2 years ago. I personally sat down with the people in the place to make the decisions on my end, face to face, and had a good 30-minute lunch discussing us fighting Terence Crawford 2 years ago. Over 2 years.
So what happened?
We decided that we were going to go for it. We did not get the same response coming back on that end. It's very easy. You could say, we can all speculate on anything. We can speculate on anything. And everybody's personal opinions is exactly what it sounds like, someone's personal opinion. So if Terence personally decided, Shawn called him up and said, hey, man, my people have had a discussion and we would like to make a fight with you. I'm calling you because we're friends and we want to discuss it. We want to talk about the fight. His return was, hey, I got other stuff going on right now. And that's not part of it. So, no, thank you. You can interpret that to whatever you want, his response to whatever you want. But on our side, I just told you, me and the people that I need to discuss it with had a serious meeting. That person doesn't show his face anyway. We had a face-to-face. He gave me 30 minutes. After the 30 minutes was done, we called Shawn in. He sat down. We all three discussed it. We all said collectively, okay, let's go for the fight. SP asked, hey, can I make the phone call? Yes, you can make the phone call. We'll take care of the rest. You interpret or you come to your own conclusion or your own opinion about what happened on the other side of it. I stand firm and say the boy didn't want the fight. The fight is here because he got no choices. The fight was here, you know, and that doesn't mean he's not a dog. There's no fear in this kid, nothing like that. But it wasn't what he wanted. Nobody wants to fight Shawn Porter. I don't give a shit what they say. Errol Spence don't want to rematch Shawn Porter. We sold out the Staples Center, and we could have rematched you and would have rematched you, and you could have made more money than you made at that. But nobody. Once you jump out of that airplane at 20,000 feet and you land on the ground safely, your parachute and everything open like it's supposed to, you like, whew, I ain't never going up there again. Mm-hmm. Nobody that we've ever fought has rematched us. I've already said we beat Terence. We're giving you your rematch, Terence. We beat you. You get the rematch. There's none of that coming from that other side or anybody that we fought.
Now, do you believe, I'm sorry to interrupt, but do you believe that he just didn't take it at those times because he was being told there were bigger opportunities, or are you insinuating that he didn't take it because he knows it's a tough fight?
No, I said, of course he knows it's a tough fight. But what I said to you was you make your own opinion about why he didn't take it. It could have been a lot of reasons why he didn't take it. But what is the reason you didn't even have the conversation with us? Why we didn't even begin to say what the possibilities of it could have been or would have been? That's left to conjecture. Everybody's going to come up with their own opinion about that part of
it. Now,
but we asked for it.
Do you think, what do you think is the reason Terence Crawford hasn't been in with the level, with the name of a Shawn Porter, like with the names that Shawn has been in, with the other welterweights or the other elites that people consider the top of the division? Why do you think that is, in your opinion? Because, again, they're billing this fight as Terence Crawford's toughest opponent till date.
Somebody somewhere comes up with some kind of marketing scheme or ploy or design, and they think that's what's going to, sell. And I'm quite sure on their side they were probably thinking that.
You muted. You went mute. I don't know what happened. Check the phone, maybe, because we ain't do it. Unless it's the Bluetooth died, I don't know. I hear nothing, not even background noise.
Damn. Yeah, it's that silent.
Damn. Maybe hang up and call back in. Same link. Try that. See if that works. All right. That was Ken Porter. Hopefully we get him back. We got
testing.
There
1, 2,
2,
3.
There you go. He came right back.
Yep.
This might answer your question. I found today's horoscopes for all.
So what happened to my video now?
You gotta turn the camera back on.
I'm looking for it usually shows me a little icon for the camera, but I don't see it.
It's probably your internet. Being in that gym, maybe the internet is spotty, so it's not giving you all the features. Maybe
you're right. Could be. The last question again, please.
Last question was the resume, right? Because we're saying that Caleb hasn't been in there with anybody.
Nah, that wasn't the last question. Yes.
I don't know. Producer, send me a message. He knows. He'll know. But we can definitely move on anyway. We do appreciate the time. If he texts me in time before we let you go, We'll get that last one in the proper way. But we do appreciate the time regardless, especially during your workout. Thank you. But you know what though? What do you think about? Because you gave a pretty good breakdown of what happened in the Plant fight. I guess it's easier to give a prediction once the fight happens. But I do want to know, what are you predicting for Jaime Munguia, Gabriel Rosado, and I'm pretty sure Devin's gonna beat Joseph, but
No, that's not me. That's not mine.
I'm pretty sure Devin's gonna beat Joseph, but I still like to hear your opinion on that as well.
Jaime Munguia, Rosado.
Yes.
Wow. I really like to see that kid pull it off. Shawn fought on some early in Shawn's career. He fought on some undercards with him, and I met him when Shawn was like 22, 23 years old, and we were even in the gym with him about 6 weeks ago in California for a whole week at Freddie Roach's gym. But I think Jaime Munguia is a younger, stronger guy at this point, and he's probably gonna pull this one out. Although I'm pulling for the other guy, I really want to see him be successful where he's at right now. And then when you go to, did you ask about Haney and Diaz?
Yes.
So I was Diaz was on my world championships team. I was the technical coach for that 2012 Olympic team and that 2012 world championships team. So I had him for a whole year leading up to the Olympics. My job on that team was to give an assessment of skill level, talent level, more skill than talent, but the skill level of everybody that was on our team, everybody that we had to compete against in other countries. So do I have the ability to look at Anthea Joshua's tapes, study him, and help him? Yeah, I damn sure do. Because that was my job, man. I had so many damn DVDs of so many fighters all over the world, amateurs. If you had medal in the world championships, gold, silver, bronze. If you had medal in the Olympics, gold, silver, bronze from 2008 leading up to where we were, which was 2012. I had to study tapes on every guy in every weight class that we had competing in the world championships. And it got to the point where I hated looking at film because I was studying so many guys that I didn't do, and I didn't even know how to pronounce their names. I had to do an assessment on everybody. Those assessments are still at the Olympic Training Center. You can go into the computer, pull up a fighter, that assessment on him, if he was a boxer, if he was a puncher, if he was a pressure fighter, if he was left-handed, if he had speed, if he had slow feet. All those assessments to the right of his name were done by me. I had to do that same thing with the 2012 Olympic team. Joseph Diaz was the number 2 most complete fighter we had on the team in terms of speed, power, technique, offense, defense, footwork. Joseph Diaz was number 2. The number 1 guy, I just don't feel like he's fulfilled his potential. And you just don't know how a guy translates when he transfers over to the pros from an amateur system. You can't really predict what happens when you take that headgear off and you put on a smaller glove, how he's going to react. But Joseph was probably the most technically sound fighter we had on that team. He was. That was my assessment of him. And now he's going up against Devin. Devin is a very talented guy. I'd like to go back and take a look at JoJo's last 2 to 3 fights and give a more educated opinion about it.
Wow.
But
you need to watch tape to
lot.
make an opinion, though. That's what you're saying. Is that close for you?
Yeah, it's definitely that close. See, on one hand, you got Devin, who's just a very, very talented fighter. Grew up in the gyms around all of these great fighters, the Floyd Mayweathers and people of that ilk. He also trained with the likes of Floyd Mayweather Sr. He trained with Roy Jones Jr. Hell, he trained with, I was in the gym with him probably at least a year. And by the time he was 14 years old, I was allowing him to come to camp with us and, work with us in camps. A lot of the things that he's doing now, he learned from being around us. His dad has done a great job with him. It is that close. I think he's definitely the bigger guy going into this fight. JoJo has been to the World Championships and been to the Olympics. He did those things that Devin didn't do. Devin didn't go into that division against the guys that were 21 and over. JoJo did that. And so that gives him an edge. You definitely got to give him an edge right there. But then, to make up for that, lack of that type of competition, here you have Devin sparring with Shawn Porter when he's 14. So I would like to, I think that's a 50-50 right now. And if I got to lean anywhere, I'm leaning towards Devin because I feel that his size on fight night, he's grown. This kid, see, here's another thing. These guys, and I'm saying this, I don't want to be negative towards anybody, but these guys, especially fathers that turn their sons pro so young, they don't take into account the fact these kids are still growing. They're still growing. So you turn a kid pro at 16, 17, 18 years of age, and he's not done growing till he's 22 years old or something like that. He easily outgrows the weight class, and your projection for him was not where he was going to be. So it becomes a hardship, a really hard thing for him to have to deal with, that his body's growing, but he's being made to stay in this weight class. So Devin has grown and probably outgrown the weight class. So he will, make the weight and be such a big, strong guy on fight night. It may be definitely the edge that he needs. I give him the edge in this fight. If I gotta be pushed to that max, but I definitely would like to go back and look at their last 3 fights and make an educated decision. I'm definitely going to look at, Terence Crawford's last 3 fights again and again, but I'm betting on Shawn Porter. And you can text me the name of your guy. I can bet over there too. That way, I won't upset the betting line over here in Vegas.
For sure.
Hey, Ken, I got a quick question about your last pick. So I'm thinking Munguia stops Rosado in the late rounds. Do you think Munguia gets a stoppage with the youth on his side, or do you think that Rosado is enough of a veteran and crafty enough that he makes it through the fight but loses?
Rosado definitely is he's a veteran, but he's not the slick veteran. He wasn't a slick guy. He's a hardcore guy. He's the guy that's gonna go into this and battle. That's what he's gonna do. A slicker guy can move and slide and pair off some shots and tie you up and come back with a shot, but
Uh-oh. Shadow Realm Internet.
No.
Yep.
That will also
You breaking up, Ken?
with you of what probably will go, but I'm yelling.
Breaking up, Ken. We losing you. Ken Porter. Ken.
Yeah, I want to get him back, man. I wanted to hear his breakdown of that because I feel like he might have it somewhat close to the way I got
Boots
it.
fans gonna get at you, man. All the Boots fans like, yo, Adrian, man, you holding up the Boots interview.
Hey, I don't want Line 6 Reed trying to hunt me down and shit in Wisconsin because Boots didn't get his shine and shit. You know what I'm saying?
Ken, you there?
Can you say that again, please? I lost it.
No, we lost you when you were trying to answer. Yeah, you're breaking up.
What about now?
It's going in and out. But it's all right, man. You gave us about an hour, bro. You're more than we appreciate. Oh, he dropped off. He might be jumping back on. He's a finisher.
Yeah, he definitely makes sure that he's heard. No, I want to hear that breakdown because that's kind of how I got it.
Yo, he got me nervous. Yo, Bill, I know you out there. Bill Haney. I said it 3 times. Where you at?
Hey, you want to pop up like Candyman and shit?
I know you out there. And he gonna love it too. I bet you he come on like, well, Ness, the great Ken Porter, he's a great trainer, and we respect him. And all he did is hype it up. Because that means when we whoop this man's ass, we got to get our credit. I know Bill gonna say something like that. But, all right, we lost him, man. It looks like we officially lost him. I'm going to just text him here and say, Ken, it's all good, brother. Thank you for the time. We appreciate you. I'm going to look up them flights again, man, see if we can't do something last minute. Fucking, this just was like $760, man. He wanted me to go, but it was $760. I can't take first of all, I've never flown anywhere for $760, and I've been to Hawaii, so And if I'm gonna spend $760, I'm going to Brazil, And I'm already too old to go to Brazil. It's like a wrap. I got the ball and chain. We're done.
You ain't going out there to get yourself in trouble.
Ain't nothing to do in Brazil but cry. Let's go to these collars. I think we did play the intro, right? So I could just go straight into Brandon.
Hey, whole nother time zone. Jumped up from back with our mind on. Can't play when you here, get your life stole. If you bring it here, then the price grow. Phone jabbing and punching the line long. I drop a pitch and let 9 go. We slap with the thick glass and white go. This only happens in Ohio.
Yo, Ness, what's going on, brother?
How are you, my friend? How are you?
Man, just up and at it. Adrian, what's up? I want to just give you a shout out for man, chilling. Out here grinding. I just want to give y'all a shout out for the interview. Shout out to Ken Porter for coming in, blessing us with an hour of his time. I'm excited for this fight, as you all may know. I just feel like this is about to be vindication, man. All the narratives that you YouTubers have been making for years, all the times I've been debating guys about why this dude is the best fighter of this era, it's going to be vindicated. And it's going to keep validating what I've been saying, that I'm a greater boxing mind than majority of the people in this fucking world. So, yeah, man, we only about a week away, and I can't wait. Like I said, it's sad that people have allowed YouTubers with their narratives to sway y'all minds about, the greatest fighter of this era, because that's what this guy is. But y'all will soon see what I've been seeing, and y'all will be like, damn, Brandon was right once again. That's my call, man. Bud knocking that boy out.
Mm-hmm.
Have a good one.
I'm glad you went on a limb. Knocking out, huh?
Hey, He said that shit with his chest.
He said knocking out too.
That's what I'm saying though. He said nah, with his chest. He was real about it.
Gado, what's up? I'm gonna have to reschedule Cameron. I ain't really in the mood right now.
Hey, yo, I'm just listening, man. YouTube was messing up.
All right. Intrigue, because I'm assuming, Marlon, you ain't doing that, right? You just listening unless you talking. If not, we going to Intrigue in Atlanta.
I said this bitch on fire hotter than a throwaway. I need my money now, no extra days. Your time's up, coons ready, ain't no other way. It ain't no other way. That's all I got. I say what I mean, do what I say. I pray my chopper bullets don't spray. If you cross, you better look both ways.
What up, what up, what up?
What up?
Yeah, good shit. Good interview, man. Kenny Porter came on and did his thing. You know what I mean? Yeah, I'm ready for the fight, man. I don't know who's going to win the fight. I got it 50-50. I'm just ready to see that fight, man. You know, it's going to be a big fight. I think it's going to be a dog fight. I don't see nobody knocking nobody out. You know what I mean? That's how I see it. I see it going 12 rounds and may the best man win. But I think Bud, that's why I want to hear what Cameron Duncan going to say about his little fighter, Brian Norman. Because, you know, the word on the street is he made Bud do the stanky leg in sparring. So, you know, that could play a factor in, because that was kind of like, I think about 2 weeks ago. So, in Atlanta, actually. So, I want to hear what he say about that. I already heard him speak on it once, but I'm just curious to hear about that. And the fact that, you know, I think he probably got four of the best up-and-coming boxers, you know, that I like, you know, along with Brandon Lee and Boots. So, that dude, man, got an eye for talent. He had Bud before, too. So, you know, it is what it is. But that's what's up, man. Good show.
Yo, you lucky, man. I was desperately looking for my Jay-Z soundbite to hit you with right now, but I couldn't find it, bruv. This is why I need a full-time Here we go.
Well, we don't believe you. You need more people.
Stop it, man. Brandon Norman. Yo, you imagine some dude named Brandon Norman knocks out Bud in sparring. Yo, dudes be tripping. I seen Jeff. Didn't Jeff text somebody? Oh, Jeff sent the message to Ladarius Miller like, yo, I heard a rumor you knocked Bud out in sparring. Y'all out here tripping, man. Super desperate. Like, chill, man. Dude ain't getting knocked out by nobody in sparring. I doubt that anyway. But who we got? Is this... I'm going to go ahead and say Rob, man. I'm probably fucking that up. Yeah?
Yo.
Is you, Rob?
Yo, peace, Ness. Yeah, it's me, bro. What's up, Adrian? What's up, Ness?
What up?
Yo, so... Nah, it's all good. I mean, yo, the thing about Ken Porter, yo, is he mad biased. I understand that's your son and all of that, and I'm not even a big Terence Crawford guy at 147. You know what I mean? But it's no way he's gonna beat. I mean, it's no way. What's the name? Porter beats Crawford, yo. It's not gonna happen. You know what I mean? At 147, you know what I mean? Nah, like I mean, no way, but. You know, Porter's a sloppy fighter. You know what I mean? He's not a Hall of Famer. He's a competitor. You know what I mean? And it's just not going to happen. You know what I mean? So, you know, and Thurman is the best welterweight of this generation. He's a complete fighter. You know what I mean? I was really tripping off of how they wanted the rematch. You know what I mean? With Thurman, like, yo, the best thing about that Porter did in that fight is not hit the mat. I mean, Thurman almost made him hit the mat when he had bone spurs. You know what I mean? So that's the thing about Ken Porter. Like, yo, he's mad biased. And, I mean, he got $10K to throw away on the son. That's cool. But, nah, you know what I mean? And that's my call. But one more thing. Happy birthday to the GOAT, Christopher Rios, a.k.a. Big Pun. BX. Peace. Come on, guys.
Let's go. I wish Doomy was on because I don't know where my big pun soundbite is. I used to have that.
But which one you use? 100% Puerto Rico.
Yes.
That's my shit.
Oh, look at this. He said, good morning. I would love to. Oh, damn. I'm hurting right now. Okay. We will consider you for next time. Oh, man. Let me show you who I was getting for the ring card girl. Both of my choices got shut down. They both, one out the country and one not going to be in Florida that day. Can you believe this? And they both still willing to do it for the next time. They're just not available for this time, which sucks because we need them this time. But
you need to go to the fucking strip club now.
Nah, man.
And just talk to a couple.
Don't nobody want no fucking hoochies, man. Look
at
this.
Go to a classy strip club.
This is class. Bro. This is class, my friend. This is
I'm just
class.
saying, if you're back against the wall,
look.
just
this
do
is
it.
experience too. This is an experienced ring card girl. I'm not just getting a pretty face with a smile, big butt with a smile to get you in trouble. That girl's poison. No, this girl actually does this. Come on, look at that. You know what I'm saying? You under dig with the kid was trying to get you. So there goes my other option.
I ain't mad at that. There
goes my other option. I'm so mad because this one is like, she turned it around too. She was like a big girl turned it around. And I'm like, okay, you're going to inspire some women out here. Know what I'm saying?
Tell them to hit me up online for their training regimen. I get them right. I done created plenty of baddies that moved to Atlanta.
Oh, look at the Halloween costume. What you saying, man? It's a boxing show, fella. Stop. Damn horn dogs. AMG, Oklahoma, what up? Damn, we still need a ring card, girl. So if you know someone, recommend, man. I thought those was my option. Them shit got.
Bro, you know what you need to do?
Yeah,
go ahead with your call first.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, man, I actually have an open parlay for Terence winning. But I'm not going to front. I'm kind of hoping Porter wins. I'm kind of like, I'm on the same boat you are. I just feel like he deserves it. So I'm going to be rooting for him. But I guess I got my money on Bud, though. I don't see a KO. I see 12-rounder. And I do have Munguia stopping Rosado. It all depends, man. I hate the way Munguia fights. I'm not a fan. I just think he's got the youth. So that you're gonna brawl it out, and I feel like he'll be able to stand there longer. But eventually, somebody's gonna catch him and they're gonna drop him because he has a face for a defense. So, but yeah, I'm excited for these fights. It's gonna be a good weekend, and then really a good month, good end of the year. Shout out to you guys on the interview, though.
All right. Not Gado. Kinda, don't even say that. You better delete that message before we get, hit up with the, comments about how we're not being respectful and shit. JT, what is up? Are you available? JT in New Orleans. If you're watching this on YouTube, don't forget to hit that thumbs up button as it helps with the visibility of the show. It helps us grow. And it's going to put this show in the eyes of other boxing fans that don't know that we talk boxing every single day and we get spontaneous interviews every day. We're not really scheduling things like that. We're just, we're on the fly.
December 11th, Plant City, Florida. Border Wars 13, where mortal men become winter soldiers. Fight! Jerome Lambert versus DeMarcus Surefire Dean. Terrell Fireflame Harris versus Pablo ASAP Garcia. Twin Munoz versus Sir Isaac. Zeke the Freak versus Esteban. Tyler Williamson versus Joe Santoro. And our chubbyweight title fight. Eddie Bola de Grassa versus Big Supermex. Lineal title fight. Show Kid versus Canadian Jose. And our main event for the light heavyweight title, Marvin the Tank Furman versus Elias the Lion Lioness. Best of luck to all brave winter soldiers. Now it is time to get in the ring and swing. If you wish to participate or attend this event, contact Nest GTO on Instagram for details.
TheBoxingVoice.com.
Finish him!
This message was brought to you by SDS Promotions.
All right. And now back to JT.
So interesting that you come across like a nice guy, but you're really a piece of shit. Hey, with that comment. Come on. No, that was a piece of fuck you. That was a piece of shit. You know, we're doing live TV. Man, I don't care. What you gonna do about it?
I'll kill this mother. Why do you have to talk like that? Well, I'm talking to you the way I want to talk to you. You have a problem? Turn off your station. I'm the best ever.
Yeah, what's up, Ness?
What up?
How you go to me? You always do that though. How you go to me and play another intro, play something else before mine? But I appreciate that. I appreciate it. Nah, man, I just hopped on late. I caught the end of Kenny Porter interview, and I heard you say you've been on it about an hour. I got to go back and listen to it. But I'm assuming y'all talking about the Bud and Porter fight. So I got Bud beating Porter, but I got a bet out there that I don't think he gonna stop Porter. Everybody thinking Bud gonna stop Porter. I don't think that's gonna happen. I think we're gonna see this fight. We're gonna see Bud pushed like he never been pushed before in a fight. He will come out with the victory, but because he's the better boxer. And I think he's going to make adjustments to it, but I don't think he's going to stop Shawn Porter. I think it's going to be a good fight with Bud hand raised. And once again, we're going to be like Shawn Porter. We're going to give respect to Shawn Porter like he deserves. And then you're going to say Shawn Porter's a dog. And that's so forward. That's all I got to do.
All right. Keem the Dream in Florida. Keem, who you got? I see you reposted. Who you got? I swore I felt like you sent me a message saying how much, and I can't even find that message right now. But we'll talk over there. But I still want to know who you got, because this is about how you look, than more than like who you got. You know what I'm saying? Anybody could be a ring card girl. It's about the looks. Or you gonna move the needle. Know what I mean? Get them tickets sold. Somebody coming to see you?
Wait a minute. You say you know boxing? Yeah. What is it? Maybe I don't know. Tell me what a pool counter is. Pool counter? I've never heard that term before. That must be your term. You must have been
No, fair shake. HBO need to fire you. You don't know shit about boxing. You ain't shit.
Yo, what up? I just jumped on, man. I'm gonna send you some Instagrams and whatnot on the back end, but yeah, man. Like I said, I just jumped on, bro. I was trying to catch the show, trying to listen while I'm getting ready to go to this gym, so I really ain't got much, man. What's the main topic though?
We're reviewing the Blood, Sweat, and Tears 24/7 All Access type of programming that they did for.
Oh yeah, I haven't even had a chance yet. I ain't had a chance to watch it yet.
It just dropped 11 hours ago. They dropped it like in the morning, I guess, for the UK time or some shit.
Okay, but I'll check it out though. But yeah, I ain't got much, bro. But I'm gonna get with you now on the back end on all that, man. Appreciate you.
All right. Brandon, you want us to do that? You need to be doing that. Talking about I'm gonna take over Border Wars and make everything easy. I'm out here looking for ring card girl. You should have been hired a ring card girl. Intrigue, counterpunch.
Hey man, see you trying to clown me on the Brian Norman thing, man.
Oh,
It's
you think it's
people.
real? You think it's real?
Yeah,
Huh?
Gary Russell, Antoine Russell, they both said it. Cam Duncan said on the interview that
When was this? In the amateurs, or you talking about some real
No,
life shit?
this is 3 weeks ago in Atlanta, man. It's sparring. Yeah, this is real. The same dude hurt Tank. Like they about to start putting them out there. That's why I want Cameron Duncan interview. His name Brian Norman. Yeah, it's real, bro.
Man, I'm about to find this dude on Instagram, man. Nobody never heard of this guy.
It's some, It's some sparring footage on YouTube from some years
Brian
ago.
Common spell or with a Y?
Nah, Bryan, Norman. Nah, but it's real. Too many people saying it. He ain't knock him out. He hurt him. Had
You
him
follow
doing
him? Is he on IG?
I don't know where his IG is.
Come on, man. Bud ain't getting knocked out to no dude ain't got no IG. Chill.
He ain't get knocked out, man. He ain't get knocked out.
So what you saying?
He did the stanky leg.
Man, so what? It's Spawn.
Yeah, but that can
Come on. I thought you talking about he got AJ in training or something, man. You out here. You suck. Come on, Intrigue. Cut it out.
My town up in K-Town.
Hey, Daddy, this a Dolla beat.
I drink soda, I eat pizza. I hang out with chicks all day. These fighters still can't beat me. They fighting every day, they in the gym every day. Just give me 6 weeks, and I got it.
BoxingVoice.com.
Hey, good morning, Nuss.
What up?
Well, I look at it like this. Porter already went against the biggest, baddest welterweight in Errol Spence Jr. I got Porter as soon as this thing came out. I got him at plus 410. So that's where I'm at with this.
Dan, you locked him in at plus 410.
What's your line? Yeah.
I got him at plus 505. Yep. Money line. So, I told you to fuck with my bookie. You keep fucking around. Money, digital money is still green money.
All right. Yeah. All right. All right, man. That's all I got.
All right, champ. Yeah, man. Right now, Porter's a plus 505. So, if you believe in him, you're going to make more money. Keem sent one recommendation. It's not bad. Not bad. Let me see the second one here. Definitely not bad.
Just make sure you try to get 6. So if 3 show up, you happy, or 2 show up. I'm letting you know right now. Like planning for Border Wars. When I did it, I got a whole bunch of them because you never know who's actually gonna show up. People be flaky, man.
No, this girl got the job, King. Oh yeah, she got hot. She's hired. Whoa. Yeah. Now this is what I'm talking about. That's a ring card girl. You understand? Top Rank needs to get it together too. They think that beautiful is like just thin and plain and makeup. No. So much more to beauty. But this is a fine ring card girl, King. We'll see what the committee says.
90 seconds.
See if this is approvable. Got that whole Ashanti vibe going on, I'm telling you, though. Yeah. This is the perfect, that could be the ring right there, the card that she's holding. So that looks fine. I don't know. Adrian, do you approve? You having all the experience hiring women to be ring card girls with the events?
Most definitely.
60 seconds.
We definitely need. The second option is good. The other one is good too. I don't know that I can afford 2 though. I'm not balling. But I will take this time to show you the second option, just to be fair. The pictures aren't as glamorous, but you do see the beauty right there, right? That's evident. Pretty fabulous looking model type face there, right? Here goes the long legs. Perfect for ring card. They got to be on the heels in the ring. But again, committee will decide. Different look here for those that like curls.
10 seconds.
Remember to come on down. Border Wars, December 11th. It's going down, Plant City, Florida. Number 13. Get in the ring and swing. We're going out to Stainless, pound for pound. What is up, my friend?
Red belt, black belt, WBO and green. I'm king. Undisputed GOAT, TBE. And you can catch the news first on TBV. Voice of the people, now let me speak. Scientists of the sweet, BOXING.
Yo, TBB, what's good? You can hear me?
What up,
Yo, happy Wednesday in this mud. Ness, Adrian. I always appreciate you falling through. Good interview with Kenny Porter as usual, man. Kenny Porter always showing love to this show, man, and I appreciate him for it. Hopefully we'll get to appreciate him in person at this fan appreciation party. But I'm excited, man. I know we're supposed to be talking Gabriel Rosado and Jaime Munguia, but I mean, we got this big fight, the one that a lot of us have been waiting for above all others, coming up in less than 2 weeks now, man. So I'm not a Bud boy. They say I didn't qualify to get on the bus, but I am a Bud fan, and I'm picking Bud to win this one. So I'm gonna go on record now for saying that. That's me and you might be the only one that's pulling for Gabriel Rosado to beat Jaime Munguia, man. I'm not a big Jaime Munguia fan. If I'm honest, it seems like he kind of gasses in rounds, and it's his youth that kind of, gives him the energy or revitalizes him early. But as you go on, it doesn't happen like that. And Gabriel Rosado has at least been in with some high caliber and high profile names, so we know we can expect a good showing from him. And that experience might just be too much for Jaime Munguia. So we'll have to wait to see that fight, but it's one that I can be excited for. So I'm good with that, man. Unfortunately, I got to get back to work, man. So as always say, please make sure you push that thumbs up, share this in every episode of the Boxing Voice podcast. This is TBV for life. And if you ain't on Patreon, that's because you're stupid. Shout out that PRT. Peace.
Peace. Jonathan, just listening.
I'm on deck.
Yes, sir.
Or thank you. Hey, in the future, if you could let us know if you up next when you go to a call, that'd probably work as well. But thank you so much for the call, man. Thank you for the show. Thank you for the interview. You do a great, phenomenal job, and I just want to always give you your flowers as many times as possible. So thank you so much. I will say, yeah, for sure, man, always. Believe it or not, some people don't even like that I do that. What I will say is I'm glad that you asked Kenny about how the fight came to fruition, because I know we had called in previously and said that if it wasn't for the WBO, this fight wouldn't happen. And he pretty much validated that, because Crawford had no intentions on fighting him, as in Porter. And that fight was never going to happen had the WBO not mandated it, which leads me into the second one. Like, why you be trolling folks about this activation status? You know what they mean. And they're trying to say, call the mandatory, or have section and body call the mandatory. Why you be trolling folks with that?
Because I don't know what that means. If you're the mandatory, you don't call up Paco and say, hey, activate me.
No, you don't. But you know the process. Just like Lomachenko went to the convention, pushed for the whatever that belt was, so he wouldn't have to fight folks. You call up to the sanctioning body and say, hey, can we call for my mandatory? I mean, it's tomato. You know what everybody means, though.
I don't, man. I don't. I think that's just some stuff people make up. You heard Ken. He made it clear. They've been trying to get this fight, and the other side been trying not to make this fight.
Right.
Whether or not he wins, that ain't got nothing to do with what, they want to challenge themselves. Win, lose, or draw, they just want to fight. So they've been trying to get this fight. That's all. So
yeah, but the WBO made it happen because Crawford wasn't. Before you let me go, who are you truly picking to win this fight?
Look, it's like Info Joe said. It's like Info Joe said. I'm not picking with my heart, so I'm doing the same thing. I'm gonna pick the favorite, but I'm rooting with every fucking inch of my body with Porter. You understand? I'm probably gonna wear a Cleveland Browns hoodie on that night.
Don't do that. Don't do that.
Listen, you need to put the giant Lil Flip green jacket on. This is the way we ball.
As a fellow Ohioan, I don't mind you rooting, but you can't wear no Cleveland Browns. They don't bring in good luck. You got to do something like LeBron related.
Every father out there that has ambition, the Line 6 Reeds, the J-Max, the JTs. I know J-Mac, you're on the other side of the street, but because my son, I done signed him up again. My man ain't in the gym yet, but y'all need to be rooting for Ken, man. You need these type of stories. Yes. These stories have to be a success. They have to, because you need the Dannies, you need Dannies and Angels, you need T.O.s and T.O. seniors, because if not, these other fathers, they'll do what Ryan Garcia's dad is doing. How many? What you mean? No, how many trainers he been with?
They'll learn.
Look at Virgil Ortiz's dad. Look at Virgil.
We need that fighter to win. When it comes to father-son relationship, it's learning. It's not about the win or loss. It's about what you learn from.
Yeah, but society tries to tell these fathers they not good enough and they need to hire an outside trainer. That's how it works. You know it. We've been watching this sport long enough. At one point, they always try to tell the father he ain't good enough. So yes, we need the success stories.
We have that in Floyd, him and his dad.
No, that's his uncle. His uncle took over. Even that didn't work. What you mean?
But he was back and forth with his dad.
His father tried to get him beat with Oscar. Get out of here. Gotta go. Yo, up next, King Born. What up?
When you see old dirty bastard fall in a position like that, then you know that I'm getting ready to bust your.
Yo, listen. First of all, I love my TBV comrades. I love my TBV live chat comrades. For all the 5%, for all the guys and earths, happy born day to the great power rule Puerto Rican Christopher Rios, Big Pun, one of the best ever. Let's get to this Jaime Munguia Rosado shit. Listen, man, this shit ain't going 12. Somebody getting knocked out. Y'all know that. Y'all know what time it is with this shit, y'all. And listen, here's the shit with Jaime Munguia. There was a great toy that came out in the 80s and 90s called the Rubik's Cube. Is he going to Rubik's Cube him? Is he going to figure him out in 5 rounds? Gabe Rosado? I don't know. Do y'all know? Tell me. Tell Ness. But I'm going to tell you something. We know something about Gabe Rosado. He going to do some Superman, Super Rio. He going to do some wild punch shit and connect and knock fucking Jaime Munguia out like he did in the last fight, y'all. I don't know. You don't know. We don't know. But I guarantee you, this shit ain't going 12, man. It ain't going 12 because it's one of them fights. We don't know what the hell going to happen. A lot of my Puerto Rican cats, they believe in Rosado. They don't give a fuck about Munguia, a.k.a. Mexican horchata, the drink. You heard? But I'm going to tell y'all something, man. This fight is going to be weird. It's going to be some weird shit going to happen in this fight, man. I'm on my fucking Miss Cleo shit, King Born Cleo shit today, man. Gonna be some wild shit happening in that fight, Ness. Ness, don't diss us. You know you doing fight chat, man. You know that's your man. You know what time it is. Peace.
Definitely, I'm gonna be here, man. I told y'all, man. The next 3 months, I started with October, so turn up is real, and I don't mind it, man. I really do love this shit. So, ain't an issue with me, fellas. Ain't an issue with me. I'm trying to work and grow. We got JB Cinema. Actually, Brandon, do I owe you this counterpunch or is this old? Sorry. Brandon. Is that no? Is that a no? All right, JB Cinema, what up? Oh, it is. There you go.
Oh, tell me, can you hear me?
I never went to you?
Nah, man. I'm gonna have to start I'm trying to help you save the 30%, but I'm gonna have to start putting it in the YouTube fucking super chat, man. God damn.
Send a
No, I'm just
message.
fucking
That's all.
Yeah, I'm just fucking with you. But yeah, I just wanted to respond to something that Tree said. Kind of actually defend him a little bit. Bud's claim to fame was going out there as an unknown fighter and putting it on Tim Bradley. So is it hard to believe that a young unknown fighter, you know, came out there and had a good showing of himself against Bud? No, it's not impossible. But does it matter in this fight? Nope, it don't. So Ness, I do want you to get that interview so we can get to know the man. He could probably be a young champion. But after you get that interview, do me a favor. Go to your nearest Amazon packaging place and find Quadre Robinson. See what he's been up to. You know, the guy that dropped Keith Thurman back in the day. Because from what I hear, he's the Amazon lunchroom slap box champion now. So yeah, let's get him on. Let's get him on the horn. Since we want to interview guys that stanky leg people. Let's interview a real stanky leg creator. But that's my call.
My man said the slap box champ. Yo, I ain't said that shit in so long. I remember slap boxing, bro, as a kid. That is crazy. Hilarious.
Hey, bro, I remember slap boxing like in my early 20s. You know, you be at the bar, you have that dude who be like, nah, man, it's just slap boxing. It'd just be playful. It'd just knowing damn well the first person who catch a good slap, that shit got serious.
Let me get to JB Cinema. What up?
What's going on, man?
What up, man?
Good afternoon or morning still, right? It's
Nah, it's afternoon for me.
Yo, so we're talking
1 o'clock.
Right on. We're talking Terence Crawford and Porter and
well, more specifically,
Gabriel Rosado and
more specifically, we talking about the Blood, Sweat, and Tears Terence Crawford episode that came out. It's like they're 24/7, and obviously we're talking Rosado Munguia fight week, asking people how they picking that fight, and you know, it's funny because the poll got Jaime by unanimous decision 26%. That's very, very low, and then Jaime by knockout is only 34%, which is also low. Normally the A side is more of a favorite in terms of what he's going to do. But at the end of the day, that's 2 decisions for him, which make up almost 60%, while Rosado is only 21% by decision, 18% by knockout.
Shit, well, I'll tell you what, I'm excited for the Crawford fight. I'm actually a fan of Crawford, believe it or not. I know how you feel about him, but I'm a big fan, man. I lived in Nebraska for a while. I actually visited him in camp a couple times out there, and I got to meet some of his trainers and some of his sparring partners. So I got to know him for a little bit, you know, so I got to know the guy. So he's with me. I'm rocking with him. But the big one that I'm looking forward to is Gabriel Rosado, bro. I'm a huge, huge fan of Gabriel Rosado, and I really think he has a shot. I think he's in a winning streak. He won that Jacobs fight, no doubt in my mind. So I don't care what anybody says. He's on a winning streak, three fights. Now I think all that experience is catching up with him, and I really think he has a shot against Jaime Munguia. Jaime Munguia drops his hands too much, bro. He's out there fighting with his mouth open. He leaves himself wide open. I really think Gabe can catch him. And that's my call, brother.
All right, brother. Thank you. Thank you. Shout out to you, rooting for Rosado. I hate to be alone. Majimbe. Kaloka.
I am rooting for Rosado as well, and I do agree with you, Ness. I think this is, you know, some fighters it takes them a while to get in their groove, maybe find the right trainer. But he's been looking better ever since he's been with Freddie. You know, when he was with Jesse Reed, he looked like he wasn't himself. I think Freddie has him doing a great job. I think he has a big opportunity to win. It depends what Munguia we get. I see Munguia as the new Chavez Jr., where, you know, depending on how disciplined he is, we get what we get. There's fights. You know, this is going to be his 4th fight with Eric Morales. And Eric has him, with the jab, and the jab is working when he wants to use it. But he likes to get in these slug fights that I think will benefit Rosado in the long run. I think Rosado will be able to outbox him if he doesn't stay disciplined. But on to Porter and Bud. Listen, man, I'm going with my pick. I'm going with Porter. It's who you fight. Who you fight. It's not the eye test. I think Porter has been in there with the better opposition, and that at the end of the day is going to prove what proved to be the difference. But Ness, that's my show. That's my call. Great show, brother.
All right, CYP.
All right, Ness. Before you get to that, man, I'm gonna check out. I got a couple things I gotta do. I gotta get out of here early. Shout out to Ken Porter. Shout out to the TVV family and all the listeners. Y'all have a blessed day.
You too, champ. Shout out to you, man. I seen your posts as well. It looks like your class is getting bigger, man. You should tell people more often where that gym is and how they could get with you if they want to train, if they're in that Wisconsin, Milwaukee, Watertown area.
Yeah, I mean, if you're out near maybe in between Madison, even coming from Waukesha too, even though there's a great program out there, you should definitely come down to Old School Boxing Club. We're located in Watertown, Wisconsin, on 500 Bernard Street. Come check us out. The first week is free, so you do get to try it out. You do get to see if it's a good fit for the hours of the day that we're going.
That's actually good. Let me tell you, my gym don't give out no free week.
Yeah, no, we give out the free week.
My gym ain't giving out no free week. They wild.
Just to see if you like it or not, because it's a commitment. We sell the basics to start off. We got a whole kit. You get the shirt, you get the gloves, you get the mouth guard, the wraps, everything you're gonna need, headgear, everything you're gonna need to do the class. So that's why we give the first week. That's the most important thing. I got to make sure that you're committed, because to be honest with you, if you do take our class, it's not a bag beaters class. We do expect you to want to compete. We do expect you to want to spar. If you're going to come, you got to come work, because we'd rather have people who are dedicated, to doing it over your money.
Someone said they're from Waukesha?
Waukesha, yep,
Waukesha. There you go.
Yeah.
So see, you got to say that more often. How could they find you on Instagram if they want to talk to you on a personal level, to talk about pricing and timing and scheduling, etc.?
Yeah, most definitely. You can just reach out to me on Instagram at BlackmanJones. Just reach out to me on there. We'll talk. I do privates as well. Obviously, that's going to be a different price, but the gym is reasonable. It's $95 a month. You get 4 days out of the week. All our sessions are 3 hours or longer.
It's cheaper than what I'm paying.
You know what I'm saying? And we do have like 2 gyms in the same lot. So we do go do strength and conditioning training and show you how to get in shape specifically for boxing. It's a full out program for anybody who wants to take it seriously.
Yeah, my gym went up, bro. I was paying $100 a month for the training session with the coach, and now that shit is $130. I'm like, bro, how you jump up $30?
Let me break something down to you. We got a gym out here. If you want to join it, Ness, you want to know how much it costs you for a year? $20,000. They expect you to put $1,500 down and pay the rest off in 10 months.
Yeah, that must be some spa type gym. Like, I get my own locker. I could live in that bitch. Shower in there. It's different. The boxing gyms is different, man. But let me get to CYP. Apologies, brother. And you enjoy the rest of your day, Adrian. Shout out to you. Check him out, Blackman Jones, if you're interested. If you want to get some training. CYP. What up?
Yo. First off, I want to start off because homeboy was giving you your flowers, which is nice and sweet. But I want to give you your cactuses because you're a prick. All right, so we gotta make sure. All levels is crossed here. No, but look, this is what I want to do. Everybody in the chat, J-Mac and PBC was arguing on the back call yesterday. They both had 2 funny ass jokes. I don't know which one was funnier, so I'm gonna let y'all decide. PBC's real name is Dominique. So J-Mac was like, shut up, fool. That's why dudes be fucking your name. Because he got a girl name. He was asked us how many of us had sex with a girl named Dominique. So every time he talked, he'd be like, shut up. Because we all having sex with your name. Then PBC turns around, you know, J-Mac is J-Mac. He calls him Jada Pinkett Mac. Because he always getting in entanglements with all the callers. So which is funnier? Which is funnier? The fucking your name or the Jada Pinkett Mac? Which one wins? If just put Jada if it's Jada. If it's your name, put your name. I want to know. But other than that, I'm out.
All right. Well, it has to be PBC. It was more creative, you know. And I don't think I've ever been with a Dominique. I don't think I've. Oh shit! I was about to say I don't think I know Dominique, but we do know Dominique Paramore, right? She was cool. She lost mad weight. I hope y'all still following her. Shout out to her. She got her whole fit thing going on, and she's doing like personal training now. Her husband done turned her into a IG model out here. But that was a healthy lifestyle, so that's what's up, man. You know. Intrigue. What up?
Shit, I don't got nothing. That was a funny little line from Brandon, though. I give it to him. It was funny, but I ain't got nothing. But that's it. Good show.
All right. So, N.O., what up? N.O., what is up?
Ladies and gentlemen, I'd like to introduce to you a young fella, and he comes from the Magnolia.
Ooh.
What's good? Ness, good morning, man.
What up, man? Afternoon for me.
Oh, afternoon? Well, yeah. It's just about afternoon for me. You just an hour ahead, but yeah, bro, man, that was a good interview with Kenny. You know what I'm saying? He got in and out here and there, but I like the attitude in the camp, bro. It's gonna be fight of the year, Ness. It's gonna be fight of the year, bro. I'm buying that fight. I ain't streaming it. I ain't going to a ball. I'm pressing a button on Xfinity, man, and I'm paying that bill. You understand me?
Mm-hmm.
Now, whoever can make it to the fight is going to bring your popcorn and get your Heineken and pop the top over for me. But ain't no going to be at the house kicking up and watching this motherfucker in peace. I want to see every round. I want to see how this shit go down, Ness. And that's the energy we got right now. The Munguia fight, I think it's going to be a knockout. I'm rooting for Gabe. Hopefully he win. Hopefully he pull it out. But I don't know. I think Munguia might get the knockout or it might get stopped on cut. That's my opinion. And last but not least, before I roll out, Ness, what time is it?
Showtime.
What time is it?
Showtime.
I'm gone.
We got Natural Wiz Canada. What up?
What up, Nez? Can you hear me?
Of course.
Yeah. So, great show. Everyone, click the likes. Love the show. Share it. Good interview, man, as always. Very insightful with Kenny Porter. And I did take a bet, man. I took Rosado. I'm going to ride with him. I know he's going to last. And I paired it with Shawn Porter. So I got that bet at $5 at 25.25 to win me 126 plus my 5 back. So anybody else brave enough to take that bet, do it. But
wait, who'd you pick?
Rosado, Gabriel, and Porter.
Oh, in a parlay.
In a parlay, So what I could do. That's plus 25.25 for me at least. I don't know for anybody else, but I had to take it because I believe Rosado can do it, and something's telling me Porter might pull it off, man. I think Porter might pull it off, to be honest with you.
Yeah, I mean, it's we start picking with our hearts and stuff, but it's not a bad parlay, man. They're both very live underdogs, man. Very live underdogs.
100%. That's my call, Ness.
All right. Porter's just he's a completely different underdog. Jesus Christ. He's a fucking a plus 500. I can't believe. I got to see this fight, bro. I got to see this fight. Like, he's been in tight fights with Thurman, Danny, Porter, Earl. Has anybody? Well, I guess Brooke is the only one that fake schooled. That's not schooling to me. That was cheating to me, man. You know, they better never let me be a referee. You fucking shove, you're getting a deduction. You hold, you're getting a fucking deduction, bruh. All that shit. Pushing, deduction. I don't fuck with none of that cheating shit Brooke did in that fight. Boomerang, stainless. What up?
Yo, Eno said it best, man. I ain't going to Xfinity, but I am gonna be on ESPN. You know what I'm saying? Buying this fight, I'll be watching it at home. You know what I'm saying? I'm excited about it. Like I say, because I've been listening to the boxing voice so long. You know, I'm a fan of Gabriel Rosado. I hope that he can pull it off. But Eno made a good point. He is easily cut. You know what I'm saying? And that could be what stops that fight.
Man,
but like I said, I hope.
when the last time he got cut, man? I remember he had surgery years ago. I think it was before the Cloudy fight. He shaved the inside of his eyebrows.
Well, I know he got cut up bad in the Triple G fight. And
Yeah,
didn't he get cut up bad in the
20 years ago.
when that what was it? I'm thinking of somebody else. But either way though, man, I'm excited, man. And I know I ain't the only one, man. I told y'all we was gonna end on a great note on boxing, man. So here we go. You know what I'm saying?
It's Final Quarter's crazy.
Man, and of course it's the boxing voice leading the way with it, man. You have an interview supporter. Did you get Cameron Duncan on?
Nah, I decided not to text back, man. I'm just like, you know, it was. I'm trying to be done with this show.
Nah, man. Shout out to you for trying, man. There's not a lot of podcasts that I listen to where they, for one, are trying to get fighters on, promoters and everything else, and then they actually letting them talk at the post and just spitting their narrative. I mean, yeah, we call you Narrative Ness. But you do get our finger on the pulse, you know what I'm saying, on boxing. So shout out to you for that. And man, I'm looking forward to these fight weekends coming up this weekend, next week. So I always say, please make sure you push that thumbs up. Share this in every episode of the Boxing Voice podcast. This is TBV for life. And if you ain't on Patreon, you up in Dejo. Shout out to BRT. Peace.
Doomy talking about he about to get his passport. Dude, stunting. I'm telling him right now, he go to Honduras. I'm going with him. I've been dying to go out there. Boomerang, my gene bet. Boomerang, my gene bet don't want it. That means J-Mac, Boomerang.
Yo. Intro.
Oh, this your first call?
Yeah, you ain't came to me.
Word? My bad.
So you hating?
I'm that guy. What you want to bet on? Bet 100,000 on that. Let's bet $1 million. You getting that money, right? Easy. Let's bet $1 million easy. And I for the bread. When I him, y'all gonna say he was too weak on my life.
Okay, bow down, bitches. I'm about to handle business. I'ma teach you all a lesson. This'll only take a minute. Got a part and all this passion in my blood. Niggas hating just because. Think about it. Everybody love Bud. J-Mac, where you at? All these niggas hating on me. Shit is whack. So efficient with it. Don't check the stats. Hey, I'm out here trying to get it. I only got a minute. Get ready for the Mac attack.
Yo, can you hear me?
Yeah, you just gonna have to take both your calls back to back, Chan, because you like the last call. I thought I went to you. I'm sorry.
Yeah, where do I start? Intrigue. It's a shame that the guy you champion for and you get on a show crying, pulling your heart out to counterpunch after counterpunch. And we can go back and dig out guys who done folded him up in amateurs. I remember when we used to be in the gym with Derek James and Errol when Errol was coming up through the ranks, and it was talking about the guys that folded him up. And like at 15-0, Errol said that he'll whip Keith Thurman ass. So if we go off of what your logic is, pulling dudes out and sparring because they done got a good shot in while you practicing and shit like that, working on things, not no real pressure, just elite sparring. And we pulling guys out talking about he did this and he did that. I mean, we'll be pulling guys out for the archives. And Keith Thurman actually got stopped in the amateurs before. We'll hate to find a guy who stopped Keith in the amateurs. As far as the show today, Kenny Porter, shout out to Kenny. I heard the comment that we should aspire to be like him, and I respect Kenny and what he have accomplished in the sport. I respect Angel Dust, and respect what he has accomplished in sports. But I'm still gonna be a fan of who I want to be a fan of. This Bud Boy shit, I don't know where you lame ass niggas get that shit from, because we all have fans of our fighters. The weirdness in the names needs to stop. Like, I don't call Nessa a Danny boy, a Keith boy, a fucking oh boy, what's the name? The one you just had on the show. Him,
Porter
like
boy.
Porter boy. Like, stop with the weirdness, man. We all get on here and argue for our favorite fighters. But for his him and Porter, I've been leaning towards it and been looking at it. It's gonna be a challenging fight, but I do got Bud dominating him. I haven't put together how he could get the stoppage yet, but I still think he's very capable of doing so. And shit, that's all I got.
I mean, if somebody got this dude Norman's Instagram, send it, man, because I can't find it, and trying to make it happen. So that is everybody. I was going to say something. Can't remember right now, but today is Wednesday, which means we're doing Border Wars at 9 p.m. Eastern, 6 p.m. West Coast. Right? It's still 3-hour difference, I hope. 9 p.m. Eastern, 6 p.m. West Coast, 8 p.m. Central, Border Wars tonight. All right, yeah. I was going to say something. Wait. Oh, okay, Joe, what up? I see you.
Let's go! Come on. Info Joe is a beast. Checkbox red. Undefeated punchlines, better place your bet. The number one call, fought my way up the ranks. Border Wars fighter, going hard in the paint. Boxing scene writers call me spectacular.
Yo, what up, Ness?
What up?
Hey, good interview this morning, man. Shout out to Ken Porter. Like you said, man, he is an example for fathers training their sons, man. And I did like that Blood, Sweat, and Tears. That was very interesting. I think this is going to be Crawford's toughest fight, man. I wouldn't count Shawn out. I am going for Crawford, though. He ain't never fought nobody like Crawford, man.
Never.
And or that level of high intensity. The only thing, man, for Shawn to win this fight, he can't let Crawford think. Crawford is a thinker. He's a sharpshooter. He's had a high IQ. He gonna have to fight Crawford. If he goes in there trying to box like he did you guys, Crawford's gonna sweep him. But if you go in there and fight Crawford like he fought like a bull in the china shop, it's gonna give Crawford problems. I don't see a knockout. I see it going 12. Far as Gabe, man, I'm going with Gabe, man. Gabe got the more experience than Munguia.
Wait,
What?
champ. You said you was no longer betting with your heart, man. Remember, I'm just trying to make sure you remember.
Yeah, most definitely, man. I'm wholeheartedly going with Gabe, man. I don't see all of that with everybody seeing in Munguia, man. He okay, but I'm going with Gabe, man. Gabe done fought everybody. He done seen that style from Munguia before. And as long as he don't get cut the fuck up, he gonna be all right. So I'm going with Gabe on that. But shout out to you, man. Y'all hit them thumbs up, man. Ness is here every day, sometimes 3 and 4 times a day, man. This is the best Pound for Pound Boxing Podcast, man. Hit the thumbs up, man. Shout out to
Joe.
all the Border Wars fighters. What's up, champ?
You know I need you to bring me something when you
Oh,
come.
you know I got you. You know I got
Them
you, my
cookies
brother.
rocking, champ. Them cookies
All
rocking.
right.
We gotta find a different way, a method of shipping though, man. The post office beat that shit up. It was all, you know what I mean, like all over the place.
Right.
But the cookies, yo, that's why I'm saying I'm trying to wait till when you come, because I don't want to order right now. I'm trying to lose weight, man. I was having one every night, bro. Every night. That shit was like that. The late night snack plus it would put me out.
Yeah. Most
good,
definitely
man.
you'll sleep good, man.
Yeah,
Especially
it was
after
good,
a
man. Shout
workout, they perfect, man.
Bruh, you know what else I seen? Yo, how is Cherokee the ass following you, man? That's crazy. How you met her?
Actually, man, she just came over this week and bought some more edibles, man.
What?
Hey, yes,
Yo, do you be trying not to look at her and shit? Cause all these, I'm not even going. I don't give a fuck with none of these dudes. Thing. I've been looking at Cherokee the ass, bro. Like that. I said, what the fuck? Yo, and she ain't just following from her personal. She following from like 7 different accounts. I'm like, what the? Yo, Joe must have met her. What you met at? Like a pop up or something?
No, I met her. One of my friends. That's his wife's friend that she grew up with.
That's crazy,
And
bro. Small world. You know the amount of hours I done wasted watching her. Yo, you the man, Joe.
She was just over the house this week, man. She bought a bunch of edibles, man.
That's crazy.
Yeah, that's crazy. You know what I was just telling my wife? One day somebody's gonna ask me about that. How do I know her?
You know. Hey, yo, listen to me. I don't just stalk fighters, okay? I'm on all of y'all. I see everything moving, man. I'm on everything, so nobody ain't got to go looking. I tell you right here on TBV. Nah, but because to me, that's like an accomplishment for you, man. She's a celebrity. Everybody knows her. And she's spending money with you, man. That goes to show that you killing it out here, man. I even seen Line 6. I haven't seen Line 6 Reed giving you his own testimony. He must have got some. What he had? I think he had the red velvet cake, or that was somebody else. I'm on age.
No, I got him he wanted some churros.
Bruh,
man.
me and
He
my
loved
girl
it,
seen
man.
the upside down pineapple cake the other day. I wanted to order. I wish we was closer. We so far. That shit looked amazing. That cake.
Hey man, I've been getting nothing but A+ reviews, man. I'm in all myself, man. I try this shit myself every time I make it, but after a while, your taste buds, you don't know if you own it or not, man. But evidently we own it because everything has been fired, man. I haven't gotten no bad reviews at all, man. And I'm always coming up with some new shit, though, Ness. I'm at to send you this sweet potato pie just on the house.
No, listen, you got it. Yeah, you know what? Send me whatever Thanksgiving menu you got. Send it, because my girl going up north. So it's gonna be me and my son and the dog. So we're gonna have to fend for ourselves out this bitch.
So I got you, my brother.
Send that pie. What is it you said? Pumpkin cake? Yeah, we do pumpkin.
Oh,
pumpkin
no,
pie.
sweet potato
Oh, sweet
pie,
potato.
man.
I do that too. That's healthy. I'm back in the gym. Let's go. But
Yes,
Joe, man,
my
thank
brother.
you for calling in. Everybody check out Puff Puff Pastries on Instagram. No orders on Instagram, man. If you know, you know. Listen, that is everybody. Yeah, man. Unless NO, you want your boomerang, I see you unmuted. I mean, not NO, Intrigue. Okay.
I sent a counter punch.
Oh, all right. What up, champ?
Yeah, I had a boom. Yeah,
you got all that, man. You got boomerangs and counter punches, man.
Nah, you already came to me for the boomerang, but for the counter punch, I just wanted to say, you know what I mean? We talking about anytime a major fighter have a fight and then we find out that they get hurt in sparring, we talk about it. I don't understand what Keith Thurman, Quadre, whoever his name is, or getting knocked out got anything to do with it. Bud been knocked out before too. He got dropped by corn machine. So it's just relevant, I think, for the bettors to know that he got hurt in sparring. Yeah, things happen in sparring, but it's close to the fighting date. Because that was just like a week and a half ago down here in Atlanta in Mustafa Gym. So yeah, and I sent you the Instagram link for him. I found
I'm
it
about to
ain't
ask Mac. I'm
BRYAN.
about to ask Mac, did he really hurt him right now?
Yeah, yeah, it's BRIAN, not BRYAN. But yeah, that's it. But yeah, I got a 50-50 fight, and that's it. I'll holler at y'all.
Ducati. All right, we got super chats I got to get to. Let me see. We last left off at sheesh. Okay, damn, I ain't get to none of these. I see why y'all get mad. My bad. You know, we had the interview, bruv. It's not my fault. It ain't my fault. All right, we last stepped off at Supermax. He says, send boots in. We'll ruin them early if y'all want big fish emoji, but we all know that ain't true. Daniel Vega says, do we have Canelo pay-per-view numbers in yet? No. Let's hope they did the 500, man, so we could get these Charlo Benavidez's and I don't know whoever else, Earl. High and Low Sports Centrum says, the boxing voice, the rise of the boxing net. Shout out to you, champ. And RNS1, this is now your numero cuatro. Has Al or Bob tried to sign boots? I mean, according to IDIC's reports, it doesn't look like Al is trying to sign him, if not force him to sign. You know, I don't know that does that. You know, I don't know that the treatment that they're giving Boots means that they've already had the conversation and Cameron hasn't agreed. I guess we should have got that interview. I don't know. It's just going to take so long, man. You know what I mean? And he's not like Ken. He's like more soft-spoken and, you know, it's like pulling teeth sometimes. Candy Slim. Danny didn't negotiate $3 million and fought for one. Duck emoji. Yeah, man. You know, Ken just showed you that big fight contracts, even on this ESPN and pay-per-view level, don't get signed till the day of or the day before, right? And people didn't believe me. So I say all that to say back-end checks on PBC is a common thing, and people have been not believing. So if you want to go what's on paper, then you're Bob Arum. You know, you're in the same place as Bob, and that's why Bob started the negotiations in the media with $1 million because you don't believe, and that's okay. Because like Bob, you're made to believe, and you heard Ken, $5 million. And, you know, that in itself should be, I guess, all the proof that you need that you wasted your money and you shouldn't have asked that question. He's obviously worth more than what they've been telling us for all these years because they didn't want the fight at the time that they wanted it, you know? But I got this message back. Let's see. Just checking in. Champ. Shit. Champ. But were you there when Bud sparred at your gym? Let's find out. We got Roland Curtis that says they robbed Rosado so badly in the Jacobs fight. Gabe is not even upset because he knows that he won the fight. I agree. Jacobs don't deserve the rematch. And NO says, what time is it? It's showtime. NO, is you fooling with us or you really picking them? What's up, man? Uh-oh. 3 bubbles, y'all. Let's see what's going on. He said he wasn't dead. Damn. Silence. Moment of silence. Sorry. Texan. And you said Brian Norman? Norman? Oh, I told you, that sound crazy. Asking that shit. Nobody don't believe that shit. And intrigue, you're terrible. Trav FDY says, let me talk you off the ledge, bro. Munguia has improved with Eric Morales. He's a big puncher. Rosado has mileage and cuts and bruises easily. TKO. I mean, did you pick Rosado his last fight? I'm sure everybody was picking against him versus that big old puncher too. They thought he was about to get stopped. That's the thing. Sometimes the lines ain't right. Or you say that when you're emotionally invested like I am. Shout out to Foxy Brown with the sticker emoji. It's a hippopotamus, I guess, in shock. And then we got Texas Bulldog Boxing that says, shout out, casual channel pushing 7 undisputed champs. Clowns. I don't know what he mean. Shout out to casual channels pushing 7 undisputed champs. I don't even know what that means. But Pocket, no love, no message. I did see another message you sent, and I screen shared that because I figured this was a mistake sending it blank. But I don't have it here to pull it up and read it again. We got MD in Philly that says, great questions, Ness. That was a good interview with Kenny. 100 and a fist emoji. Thank you, brother. Intrigue in Atlanta says, is Kenny Porter aware that Brian... Oh, yeah, I didn't see this, bro. Shit. Is Kenny Porter aware that Brian Norman made Bud... The plot thickens. The plot thickens. I'm smelling it out. See what's going on here. Almost there. We almost there, fellas. All right. So, So he says, is Kenny Porter aware that Brian Norman made Bud do the stanky leg in sparring to prepare for Porter? And does he think Boots can beat Spence? Sorry, buddy. Sorry. Should have texted me. You got my number. Jay Miller says, Plant asks for an autograph mid-fight. Laughing out loud. Taking shots, eh? High and Low Sports Centrum. Boxing Voice is more. Shout out once again, my friend. We appreciate the love. The Best Dad Ever says, Porter, Cambosos, Folt, and JoJo. If I bet 100, how much on that parlay? Dude, that's going to be a very, a very good parlay in terms of the pay, but there's a lot of underdogs in that parlay, champ. I think everybody's an underdog, right? He said, where's Cambosos? Wow, plus 650, underdog. Huge underdog. Then Porter, plus 505, underdog. Huge underdog. And then you said Fulton, okay, favorite. And JoJo, underdog. Yo, they don't even got JoJo up yet here. Fucking tight. Yep, December 4th, Lyndon Arthur. Yeah, they didn't got JoJo in the line yet. Fuck her. I can't finish the parlay. But you said JoJo and Fulton. Fulton is here. Fulton. Plus, he's a favorite. But look at that. Just with those 2 underdogs and Fulton as a favorite, it's a plus 5,690, bro. That means if 100 gets you $569.70. Yep. 100 gets you $5,697.92. And that's because it's 2 long shots, bro. You're asking Cam, listen, us to assume or wish that Porter can get the win is more probable than Kambosos. Like, again, I go back to my Plant argument, right? It's like, yo, if Caleb wasn't ready because of who he faced, then who the fuck did Kambosos fight? You know? Which is the answer to that is no one. You know, so then, you know, that's a huge underdog right there. But I get you. If you're into those, I mean, look, why put 100? You could put $2 and still make mad money on that. I mean, you'll kick yourself if all these underdogs won and your $2 only got you $115.96, which is still great. You know, what is that? 100 times your fucking money? You know what I mean? Like, you can't be greedy in betting. So you can do your parlay for $2 and be happy. But if you have the money to bet the 100 and you don't mind losing 100, because let me tell you, that's a high probability of losing 100. But 100 makes you fucking, damn, almost $6,000. That's a lot. Again, I'm not recommending that parlay as, you know, $100 parlay. That's a $2 parlay for me. Even a $1, because you still get $60-something, you know. I'm not, you know, that's his parlay, best dad ever. I'm just, you know, giving him the numbers. But if you are going to make a crazy parlay like that, BetTBV code is the code, BetTBV, on mybookie.ag. Again, I am not recommending that type of parlay. Again, if you want to put $2 on it, then I don't mind that, because, you know, that's worth $2. It's worth $1, 2, or 1, or 2. We got Bloody Knuckles that says, Rosado a hater. He gonna get deboed? How he a hater? And he put 3 devil emojis. How's he a hater, bruv? What's up with you? Joseph Supermex says, let me the first to nominate Majimbe for Caller of the Year. Uh-oh. Lady Shawn dem done season. No. Lady Shawn done dem season. Like on the shirt that I'm wearing. She says, dem season. Okay. Shout out to you. And now we got line 6. Reed. Yo, where are you from? I was about to say Philly because of the whole Boots thing, but I know that ain't right.
It don't matter who it is. If I get anybody hurt, they getting out of there. They not getting out that round or that fight. Period.
Because I know for a fact that Boots could beat Crawford. I know for a fact that Boots could beat Spence. I know for a fact that Boots could beat Ugas, Pacquiao.
In your opinion, who is the best fighter at 147?
Me.
Everything Roy did, Boots do it better. Everything Mayweather did, he do it better.
SDS Promotions.
Lines.
Hey, it's loud in my shop. Give my counterpunch from yesterday to CYP or one of his friends.
All right. So, I found Mr. Norman, and I see a picture with him and Crawford. And under it, it reads, Great rounds with the champ today, November 20th. And Crawford still looks bigger than this guy. Crawford he looks like a real welterweight at this point. Damn, my man said 100 a throwaway money. Okay, why don't you throw 100 this way, champ? You know what I mean? All right, we're going to hit this dude up for intrigue and see what happens with Brian Norman. What kind of gloves are those? What the hell did I say? Salvador? What? That's upside down, but I don't know. Is that Salvador? Or Salvador? What the fuck? Never seen those. Oh, look at this girl. Yo, this girl listens to the show. She was in Atlanta at the Fight Club and let us know. I wish she was around. She could be the ring card girl because she at least knows boxing. But then she'd probably be like, nah, I'm no ring card girl. I'm an actual boxing fan. My bad. All right, we're really done now. We're done. Nest GTO, Instagram, and Twitter. I'll hit up Mr. Norman and see what we can work out for another day. Catch us on the next one. Oh, CYP or JT, sorry. Yeah, I guess one of the J-Mac brothers, because CYP left. Who wants line 6 counter punch? I see you, J-Mac. What up?
I'll gladly accept it. I forgot to, however, mention that you clearly lied about Danny being undefeated when he turned down that $3 million and like what's my Slim Kansas Slim talking about Danny did turn down that $3 million and fight for $1 million because Angel came out right after and said we can't keep getting these $1 million offers. So they gotta have some credence to that. Can't sweep that under the rug. It was an interview made by Angel. He was complaining about the paydays. So get your lives together. And for us, the documentary, I think it opened my eyes up very well to pretty much what's been going on. He said this, he said that. Looking forward to the fight. Kenny and them doing a fantastic job of selling the fight, promoting the fight. And all of a sudden, Shawn Porter go do something he ain't did against the other guys. And come November 20th. Can't wait.
Yeah, I mean, he done it. He done it to Alexander. He done it to Malignaggi, you know. He done it to Danny. Berto. It ain't like he can't do it. But we are officially done. So bye. Catch me on the next one. That's GTO. 9 p.m. tonight, Border Wars, and anytime in between if we get some breaking news. Peace.